Boss. How could you let Qin Yang leave like this? This is a battle fortress. Didn't the Tianyang family rely on this war fortress too? The fire dog was unwilling. All the Liang mercenary group. No, the members of the Liang family are all upset. Let this Qin Yang be so arrogant and leave with the fortress of war like this, he really can't swallow this bad breath. The veins on Baichalia's forehead were throbbing, how could he not know this? Looking back at the Wanyang furnace, Baichaolai said in a deep voice, the war fort needs a lot of energy, and this energy is the solar liquid flame. Although Qin Yang has the ability to attack, he wants to drive this war fortress away. After arriving at Tianya Star, he really became what he said was a lump of iron. Huigo and the others' eyes brightened. Fang Jian quickly gave a thumbs up and said, I admire you. You are indeed the leader of the Liang mercenary group. And? Baichaolai looked at Fang Jian displeased. Fang Jian understood it, and changed his words, as expected of the patriarch of the Liang family. But, what are we going to do now? Baichaolai groaned, and said, rectify the forces and announce to the world. Recruit helpers. Unify the star field. Everyone was excited and shouted loudly, unify the star field. Unify the star field. Unify the star field. In the Tianyang star area, the fighting spirit is high. Baichaolai waved his hand, everyone stopped, and Baichaolai said, all super spirit guards, you are treated the same as before. You will even get more than before. Originally, the super spirit family only rewarded you with treasure resources, but now, since I am the master of the house, I declare. The super spiritual guards shuddered in their hearts, and they all pricked up their ears. I declare. Going forward, you will be rewarded for your meritorious deeds. The highest star area can be awarded. As soon as Baichaolai finished speaking, all the super spirit guards became excited. Even if the credit is not high enough, it is still possible to reward a star city. In this way, the entire eternal starfield will be under our control sooner or later. Wei Qi, a super spirit, asked, what about the other 4 great super spirit families? Baichaolai said, as Qin Yang said, we can overthrow the Tianyang family, so other super first-line mercenary groups and super first-line pirate groups can naturally, as long as the news is released, this eternal starfield will make him mess up right. But our strength is the best preserved. The success of the Liang family is almost impossible to replicate. Because other super first-line mercenary groups and super first-line pirate groups did not have Qin Yang to find the aristocratic family for them. The speed was so fast that the super spirit guards didn't even have time to guard the defense. If it was changed to another super spirit family, it would be a deadly battle between the super spirit guards and the mercenary group and the pirate group. In the endless void, the terminus of a celestial road in a star region is constantly changing its path. They don't seem to have noticed that you took away the Tianlu in the star area. Luan said weakly. He kept turning his head, for fear that Baichaolai and others would chase after him. However, without the celestial road in the star area, it is almost impossible for them to catch up to this war fortress. They may very much hope so. Moreover, this war star city is where the hub formation of the Tianlu in the star area is located, and they should also know it. Qin Yang said, as long as the road to heaven is cut off, you will be cut off from the outside world for a short time. Although the defectors will not be able to come for the time being, those who plot against the law will not be able to come either. They just need to fix it now and release the news. Then, wait for the eternal starfield to become chaotic, and then take advantage of it. Qin Yang said, the super spirit guard under the Tianyang family is not a weak force. Zhang Meng and Luan looked at each other, and Luan said, could it be that this eternal starfield will be unified by Baichaolai? Qin Yang smiled without saying a word, looked at Zhang Meng, and said meaningfully, it depends on what the other 4 great families will do. Zhang Meng cupped his hands and said, I will report to the Tianyin family, thank you for saving your life. Qin Yang shook his head, and said, let's not talk about these imaginary things, let's talk about the real things. Practical? What practical? Zhang Meng asked suspiciously. Qin Yang pointed to the front and said, for such a war fortress, it would take too much resources to fly to Tianya Star. Look at the travel expenses. Zhang Meng's eyes darkened angrily, and said, how can you charge the travel expenses on my head? Qin Yang said seriously, I'm saving you. Otherwise, would you have escaped from the Tianyang Star District? Aren't you going to leave too? Besides, you are the one who wants to drive this war star city. Qin Yang shook his head and said, 1 yard is 1 yard. The fact now is that I did drive War Star City and escorted you out of the Tianyang Star District. I escaped from Baichalya's pursuit, and even you will be given to the Eternal Star Field. Bringing the latest news about the Sun Sector. The word latest made Zhang Meng's eyes shine. Among them, there seems to be a lot of room for manipulation. Qin Yang looked at Zhang Meng with a feeling of caring for the fool. I've already reminded you of this, can't you figure it out? That's right. Baichalai doesn't have a heavenly road in the star area, and everyone in the Tianyang star area can't deliver news faster than me. Zhang Meng said excitedly, in this way, only we know the current situation of the Tianyang star area. What happened in the area? Qin Yang smiled and nodded. Zhang Meng was taken aback for a moment, and continued, no, if I spread the news, wouldn't I be helping Baichalai? No, I can't send a message. Just let them slowly. Qin Yang's eyes darkened, and he almost fainted from anger. Sure enough, Super Lingwei. Actually, you can spread such news. For example, Chao Lingwei rebelled, colluded with the Liang mercenary group, and overthrew the Tianyang family. No. It is impossible for Chao Lingwei to betray. Zhang Meng said. Luan on the side was speechless. For another example, the Liang mercenary group discovered the secret of the super spirit family, so. Besides being powerful and invincible, what secrets can the super spirit family have? Zhang Meng asked. Qin Yang took a deep breath and continued, for another example, the Tianyang family lost control of the War Star City, lost the Tianlu hub, and there is no Tianlu in the star area. In fact, we don't know what happened here. I'll let everyone guess. No way. This star city was taken away by you, who can be deceived by such a lie? Zhang Meng shook his head repeatedly. You. Qin Yang wished he could slap himself, I really don't need to remind you. Seeing Qin Yang's helplessness, Luan suddenly had a kind of understanding in his heart. He seemed to suddenly understand why Qin Yang sometimes had such inexplicable emotions towards Chao Lingwei. Bai Shou's expression on the side was embarrassing, didn't Qin Yang sometimes have this expression on himself? Okay, we're almost at the hub of the Tianlu Road in the next star area. Pack up and get out of the car. Qin Yang said. Zhang Meng immediately said, then will you spread the news for Baichalai? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, what do you want? Zhang Meng said, I think, if we don't say anything, this will also provide the other 4 great families with time to prepare and gather the Chao Lingwei in advance. Bai Shou nodded and agreed, I'll go back to my Shinshou pirates to get ready. Okay, just as long as you are happy. Qin Yang shrugged. From Qin Yang's point of view, no matter how prepared you are, there is bound to be a battle between the super spirit guards, the mercenary group, and the pirate group. But for Baichalai, he gathered his super first-line mercenary group and all the super spiritual guards of the Tianyang family together. I'm going back to teach the students, let it take its course. Qin Yang said. Luan looked at Qin Yang suspiciously, and said, are you really planning to be a teacher at Tianya Star Mercenary Academy? Otherwise? Qin Yang said, my wife still has a lot of students from Tianjiao class waiting for me. Besides, I am now an honorary teacher of Tianya Star Mercenary Academy. Luan clicked his tongue. Of course he knew the name of the honorary teacher. Its status is very important in Tianyang Mercenary Academy. However, Qin Yang, an honorary teacher, obviously has more real power than Yao's fake name. To be able to become the teacher of Tianjiao class. But Luan didn't know that everything about Qin Yang was what for by himself. After parting ways, Zhang Meng went to the second star area, the Tianyin star area. Bai Shou also returned to her own Shinshou star region. Luan asked nervously, What should I do? Qin Yang said, if you have nothing to do, you can stay here and continue to control the War Star City, and you can also continue to transform and repair this War Star City. But this War Star City has no energy. Luan said. What does this have to do with restoration? Qin Yang asked. Luan was taken aback, and said, that's right. Qin Yang patted Luan on the shoulder, and said, in terms of energy, don't worry. Now Bai Chaolai will defend the Wanyang furnace, but in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of it. Moreover, since I have opened the War Star City to Tianya Star, he also doesn't believe that I can drive this back again. But energy. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said, don't worry, there is energy. Even if it's not enough, I can go back and get it again. In short, I won't let this War Star City become an empty shell, a lump of iron. Luan nodded excitedly. With a flash in front of his eyes, Qin Yang seemed to throw something over. When I caught it, I was shocked. This turned out to be the control token of this War Star City. With this token, this Star Wars City is under absolute control. Such an important token, why do you? Luan was extremely disturbed, and even flattered. Leaving it to you, it will be more convenient in terms of reconstruction and reconstruction. Qin Yang said. You are not afraid. After Luan finished speaking, he smiled wryly. Although you are a super spirit guard, I think you should be different from Zhang Meng's super spirit guard. Qin Yang said meaningfully. Of course, of course. With my attainments in formations, runes, and weapon refining, I became a super spirit guard, which is definitely different from Zhang Meng's super spirit guard. Luan said again and again. In the Xingyao star area, many people discovered the vision. There is a sky road hub in the star area, which is constantly approaching. That is the sky road leading to the Tianyang star area, and now this sky road is constantly shortening. Tianyang, everyone was shocked. A piece of news spread quickly, and everyone panicked and feared. Tianyang Star City has actually come here. On Tianya planet, those who knew more or less the mystery all changed their expressions drastically. All the strong men, including the dean of Tianyang Mercenary Academy and the 6 directors, all came to the port with serious expressions. A huge steel star city is right in front of you. You can even see the hideous meteor cannons with the naked eye. It turns out that the meteor cannons taken away by the Super Spirit family were not destroyed, but all. This Tianyang Star City is indeed War Star City. The original scary guess turned out to be true. This War Star City can easily destroy a star area, and even a little movement can destroy the entire Star City. Even if the meteor cannon is not used, just a collision, our Tianya star will be destroyed in one fell swoop. Everyone was uneasy and panicked. More people directly used warships to escape in various ports. Tianya Star Mercenary Academy. A voice spread throughout Tianya Star. The people of Tianya Star Mercenary Academy were stunned. Where did they seem to hear this voice? However, the voice came from War Star City, and it came out with the help of the formation on War Star City, so no one thought about Qin Yang for a while. However, in Tianya Star Mercenary Academy, Lu Mingyu and other students in the Tianjiao class were all overjoyed. Qin Yang is back. Lu Mingyu said. Great, Teacher Qin is finally here. If we don't come back, we will all be trampled on the soles of our feet. The students were all excited, and hurriedly left the academy and headed for the port. Seeing the huge War Star City and the steel fortress above his head, he was also surprised. Lu Qingshan, the dean of Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy, stepped out of the crowd and shouted at the port, "The Tianyang family, our Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy has always upheld fairness and justice, and has never constrained students' expectations for the future. Choose, I don't know which rule I violated by doing so." Lu Qingshan thought it was the Tianyang family who wanted to punish him, so his expression was serious. The directors of the 6 universities also had a determined face. If the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy brings disaster to the entire Tianya Star, even if they die in battle, they still have to protect Tianya Star. Fair? Just? Qin Yang scratched his head in War Star City, looked at Luan, and said, "What does this mean?" Qin Yang just wanted to say that he came back. Why? Everyone is like facing a big enemy? Did I say something? I just want Tianya Star Mercenary Academy to welcome me. Turning his eyes, Qin Yang laughed and said, "You said that Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy is fair and just, but why is it unfair to the students? Let other students and teachers bully the students of Tianjiao class? It's Qin Yang. It's really Teacher Qin? Teacher Qin is actually in this war fortress?" The students in the Tianjiao class showed surprise. They were not sure at first, but after hearing this sentence, they were immediately dumbfounded. Looking at it like this, Teacher Qin is putting on a show for them? But this is too cool, right? How can you talk about bullying students? Lu Qingshan said. Doubts arose in my heart. How could the Tianyang family interfere with the students of the Tianjiao class? The director of the Artifact Refining chapter said in a low voice, "I hear this voice very familiar, it seems to be Qin Yang." Director Bai also nodded and said, "It seems to be really." Dean Lu's beard and hair were all stretched out, and his face flushed red with anger. It turned out that Qin Yang was playing tricks on them. Dean Lu immediately said, "Their head teacher, Qin Yang, is not here. Students without a teacher naturally have no one to fight for the treatment they deserve. If you want to blame, you can only blame Qin Yang." But Qin Yang went to do the task. Qin Yang explained. Abandoning students to do tasks, and letting students not participate in the entrance competition, is this what a teacher should do? Dean Lu asked. All the cultivators in the entire Tianya Star are stunned. What's going on? Qin Yang laughed. It seemed that he was discovered so quickly. Immediately said, "Just kidding, I'm not coming back. This day Sunstar City. Oh, this is my spoils of war, War Fortress, War Star City, you can call it whatever you want, but this day, Sunstar City, it's not easy to call it anymore," Qin Yang said. The entire Tianya Star was in an uproar. Not only that, but other Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates were also very surprised when they encountered this Star City on the Tianlu and followed them all the way. Such a Star City is actually Qin Yang's, spoils of war. How could you drive this Star City here? Dean Lu and the directors of the 6 major departments flew to Star City. In the huge Star City, there was a mess, the traces of the battle were appalling, and there was only one Luan. My Star City, if I don't drive here, where can I drive? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, "How about it? Let's use this Star City as a teaching tool for our Tianya Star Mercenary Academy for the time being." Teaching, equipment. Among the directors of the 6 majors, the Director Zhang of Artifact Refining, the Director Bai of Formation, and the Director Yin of Fu Wenwen, the 3 of them almost went crazy with joy. It's too wrong to make teaching equipment for students. Even the 3 of us can benefit a lot. The 3 of them spoke again and again. Qin Yang nodded, very satisfied with the reactions of the 3 directors, coughed lightly, and said, "But, the fee." Dean Lu immediately said, "Your students have indeed suffered a lot recently, you should go and see them quickly." Yes, yes. That's right, that's right. The 6 directors and 1 dean were laughing together. However, you want to fool the past? Qin Yang snorted softly, and said, it's not a low fee to use the entire War Star City as a teaching tool. After the negotiation is settled, let's talk about other things. Now, please ask the dean and directors to leave with me. Dean Lu had a troubled face. Such a big star city, if you really have to pay, how can you afford it? The 6 directors looked at each other in blank dismay, and the 3 directors of artifact refining, formation, and runes were full of reluctance. Luan was watching from the side, but looking at it, it was like a vegetable market in front of him. A group of old men and Qin Yang were spitting and quarreling. It didn't end until Luan's brain was blinded and his ears seemed to have auditory hallucinations. Black. I didn't expect Qin Yang to be so greedy. Young man, this is not good for you. Yes, very bad. The dean and the 6 directors looked at Qin Yang with resentment on their faces. Qin Yang was satisfied, and said, it is up to everyone to repair the spiritual materials of Star Wars City. This is also for the benefit of everyone. As for energy, anyway, it is only for teaching materials, and it is not activated. When the time comes, it will be activated. Time, let's talk. The dean and the 6 directors began to curse secretly again. However, he was also puzzled in his heart. What happened in the Tianyang Star District? The entire Tianyang Star City has become Qin Yang's spoils of war? Could it be that this eternal starfield is about to change? But why is there no news? No. Everyone thought about it. This War Star City is the hub of the Star District's Heavenly Road, and this Star City has opened up here, so the Star District's Heavenly Road, isn't it broken? The Tianyang family. Dean Lu asked tentatively. Don't say it. Qin Yang shook his head. You didn't rob it, did you? You will kill the entire Tianya Star. Don't worry, definitely not. Qin Yang said. Tianyaxing was extremely sensational. Although there is news, let everyone rest assured. But with such a big star city so close at hand, who can rest assured? Everyone felt that their lives were threatened, especially those teachers in the college who made things difficult for the students of the Tianjiao class. This Qin Yang is just doing a mission, how can? What are you afraid of? It's the students of their Tianjiao class who don't want to take part in the competition. We can't blame us. In the college, there is still uproar. The students of Tianjiao class were finally able to hold their chests up. From now on, the classrooms of our class will be on the top. Qin Yang pointed to the War Star City above his head. Even if Luan is allowed to drive further away, it is still huge. Not to mention the Haoyue gods, even the God Emperor realm can see the hideous muzzles of the cannons. Very good. In this way, let's see who dares to look down on us. Qin Yang asked, what happened during this time? Lu Mingyu sighed softly, and said, Ms. Zhang and other teachers are unwilling to teach us anymore, saying that you always rush to take classes, and let us not participate in the small entrance examination. If you don't participate in the assessment, you will lose any follow-up treatment. We are in this academy, and we can't even enter the cafeteria. That's right, without credits, without any resources, the martial arts arena is not allowed to use. I've been to the martial arts field, but there was a challenge from a senior right away. Later we went to find a venue, but... Qin Yang looked at some of the students with bruises on their faces. It was obvious that they had been taught a lesson. Even the basic facilities are not allowed? Qin Yang frowned, thinking to himself, it seems that the charges are still low. Where is the training ground? Take me there. Qin Yang said. The students immediately cheered. A group of people went directly to the martial arts arena, and there was a teacher of Shen Wuxia teaching on the martial arts arena. Hey, isn't this Yan Liaoshan? Tianjiao class, the body of the flames of anger? A senior, from the 4 realms of the God Emperor, sneered directly. Zhao Wu, the teacher of divine martial arts, also looked at Qin Yang provocatively. What? Bring students to beg me to teach Xuanhu courses. Up? Zhao Wu said. Li Zhuang. Don't be so arrogant. If you hadn't cultivated higher than me and cultivated supernatural powers earlier, you wouldn't be my opponent at all. Yan Liaoshan was the thorn in the Tianjiao squad. How could he swallow this bad breath when he was ridiculed like this? Li Zhuang chuckled and said, even if you and I are equal in cultivation and I don't use supernatural powers, can you still be my opponent? You. Yan Liaoshan was about to go up to fight, but Qin Yang waved his hand. Qin Yang said, Li Zhuang, right? Besides you, who else attacked my students? I, Ding Jia, educated my junior, how about it? I, Wang Feng, gave some pointers to my juniors, what's the matter? I was bullied, so let the teacher find a place? Ding Jia and Wang Feng came out and stood with Li Zhuang. Li Zhuang said, could it be that you, a teacher, can still attack us? You want to save face and let your useless students come by themselves. Are you still in the Tianjiao class and have a special physique? Not all of them are weak, they are simply laugh off our big teeth. In the martial arts arena, Zhao Wu's students burst into laughter. Around, other students and teachers also gathered around, watching the excitement. Ding Jia said, Qin Yang, honorary teacher. You just showed your face and went to do the task. You are not worthy of being a teacher at all. Take the students to find a place. If you are capable, don't teach us. You teach our teacher Zhao. Zhao Wu was shocked when he heard this, and looked at Ding Jia in surprise. Is this student out of his mind? This is Qin Yang, who would not give an inch to Bai Chao Lai at the school opening ceremony. This honorary teacher is not for nothing. As a second-class teacher myself, how dare I compete with the honorary teacher? Is this student a pig? After Qin Yang heard this, he looked at Zhao Wu with great interest, and said, oh, what do you mean, I should first communicate with the teacher of Xuanhu Shui? Ding Jia said, that's right. Our teacher Zhao ranks first in combat strength in the entire mercenary academy. It's much better than you, an honorary teacher who can't pay anything. Li Zhuang added, also, our teacher Zhao was originally the martial arts teacher of your Tianjiao class, but I heard that someone can teach everything, and we don't let other teachers intervene. Don't talk about it. Zhao Wu's face was ashen, it was like pushing himself into the fire pit. Yes, Zhao Wu admits that he usually brags a lot, and he does have a bit of pride. However, this person is facing Qin Yang. Especially Qin Yang, who came back with the war fortress. Why don't you let us see what kind of abilities the honorary teacher Qin Yang has? Today happens to be the Xuanhu class, so let's compare Xuanhu, how about it? That's right, beat our teacher Zhao first, and then let the students in your Tianjiao class continue to embarrass themselves. I'm too lazy to fight with such a weak, special physique. Li Zhuang, Ding Jia, Wang Feng, the 3 students you say to each other, even Zhao Wu, the teacher of martial arts, can't get in the way. After finally stopping, the atmosphere became tense. Because Zhao Wu was being followed by Qin Yang. Dare to call our teacher Qin's name directly, such disrespect, I will beat you all over the place. Yan Liaoshan gritted his teeth angrily. The other students also looked angry. There is indeed a gap in the realm, and I haven't started to learn things well. Qin Yang pondered, and said, how about this, let's make an agreement, 3 months, after 3 months, my students will challenge you guys. After a pause, Qin Yang continued, if you can beat any of them, I won't be the honorary teacher. The entire martial arts arena was in an uproar. All the teachers and students were dumbfounded. Among the students in the Tianjiao class, there are still the existence of God King realm. As for Li Zhuang, Ding Jia, and Wang Feng, the worst ones are all in the 4 realms of the God Emperor. Hey, to put it bluntly, didn't you fancy their special physiques? It's just that the special physiques are not as strong as you imagined. Li Zhuang said disdainfully, now, do you want to take the opportunity to delay, to fool in the past, didn't dare to compete with our teacher Zhao Wu? Although you will definitely lose after 3 months. But Qin Yang can put aside the relationship and push everything to the students. I have thought of the reasons for him. Wang Feng laughed. If you want to set a 3-month competition, you can. We accept it, but there is one condition. Ding Jia said. What condition? Qin Yang asked, with a frown. Let's compete with our teacher Zhao first to see if you are qualified to let us accept the challenge of the students you teach. Ding Jia said. Zhao Wu was about to cry. Could these 3 students let themselves say a word? Okay. Qin Yang nodded. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and all the teachers and students in the martial arts arena looked at Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu's mind went blank, and it was finally his turn to speak, but in this situation. Outside the martial arts arena, Dean Liu and the directors of the 6th National Congress were also watching this scene. Can take away the Tianyang Star City from the Tianyang Star District, from the Tianyang family, such a Qin Yang, there is even a teacher who dares to challenge? This Zhao Wu's strength is not bad, and he is also a 2nd-class teacher, but with Qin Yang, it's incomparable. Qin Yang can even kill a super-spirited guard like Shui Qinglong with one palm. I never realized that Zhao Wu is such an arrogant teacher. Qin Yang looked at Zhao Wu and said lightly, come on, you make the first move. Zhao Wu's heart sank, and he couldn't help but look up at the huge War Star City. He seemed to feel that countless muzzles were aimed at him. Your Excellency is an honorary teacher, or you go first. Zhao Wu said. Qin Yang also looked at War Star City and said, don't worry, I only use my own strength. Zhao Wu heaved a sigh of relief and said, you should make the first move. Qin Yang frowned and said, if I make a move, you won't have a chance to make a move. On the martial arts arena, there was another uproar. Qin Yang is so arrogant? This is Zhao Wu, the superior, how you a god. 2nd-class teacher of the academy. It's still, you should take the shot first. Zhao Wu touched the cold sweat on his forehead. Okay. Qin Yang nodded and said, then I'll make a move? Zhao Wu took a deep breath. All the students retreated a certain distance, and on the martial arts arena, the grand formation opened. The 4-sided light screen isolates the battlefield. I don't bully you either. Qin Yang murmured, and said, if you can take my trick, I'll be considered a loser. This honorary teacher, Qin Yang, is such a person? I only speak big words, and I don't look at who I am facing. In my opinion, he just wants to use the Tianjiao class to improve his own reputation. In fact, he is a paper tiger. Teachers and classmates talked a lot, especially those who were supposed to be the teachers of Tianjiao class. They all watched coldly, waiting for Qin Yang to lose. It's a move, but it's actually because I'm afraid that I'll be defeated by Zhao Wu, and I'll lose face, right? This Qin Yang has paved the way for himself to retreat. In the formation battlefield, Zhao Wu is ready to fight. Am I ready to make a move? Qin Yang asked. Zhao Wu nodded solemnly. Qin Yang sighed and stepped out. The coercion was released. In the formation battlefield, the space suddenly tightened. What a strong coercion! How is this possible? Zhao Wu knew that Qin Yang was powerful, but he never thought that Qin Yang was so powerful. Just relying on coercion, his majestic Haoyue god is almost out of breath. The 4-sided light screen. Oh my god! It's actually distorted. Just by virtue of coercion, did you almost break the protection of the 8th order formation before you made a move? If this is the case, How could this formation be able to resist Qin Yang after he made a move? Back. Back quickly. The faces of the teachers changed drastically, and they hurriedly organized the students to evacuate. Qin Yang didn't make a move because he was waiting for his classmates to stay away. I've made a move. Qin Yang reminded again. With a loud shout in the mouth. Heaven and earth are in action. All kinds of dharma. The palm of the gods. Destroy the common people. Qin Yang raised his palm, and the big black handprint directly shattered the defensive barrier of the Eighth Order formation. The endless annihilation breath made the teachers and students of the Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy twitch violently. I admit defeat. Zhao Wu shouted loudly. Damn it, even legendary mercenaries can't use this kind of supernatural power, right? With such a strong supernatural power, I am afraid that I will be instantly killed by one move. This kind of supernatural power, who can bear it? How to resist? Admit defeat? Qin Yang put away his magical powers and said, okay, then, in 3 months, I will take the students and challenge them. Qin Yang pointed to Li Zhuang, Ding Jia and Wang Feng in the distance. The 3 classmates had already been frightened to death. This honorary teacher, Qin Yang, is such a powerful existence? God-killing palm, this, isn't the one who slapped the super spirit guard Shui Qinglong to death in Teacher's Manor that day. How could this Qin Yang use the supernatural power of that hidden and powerful man? Could it be that Qin Yang is that hidden power? The teachers and students finally realized that Qin Yang was actually. It turned out that this was the fundamental reason why Qin Yang was not afraid of Bai Chao Lai. For a moment, the way all the teachers and students looked at Qin Yang changed. Li Zhuang whispered secretly, this is troublesome, we kicked the iron plate. Damn, which teacher sent the news, saying that Qin Yang shamelessly snatched the class, and clamored that he knew everything, but in fact he knew nothing. Let's not worry about these things for now. 3 months later, Teacher Qin will bring students to challenge us. Students taught by such strong men. Ding Jia regretted that he shouldn't teach the students of Tianjiao class for the sake of publicity. Fortunately, the teacher turned out to be such a terrifying strong man. Humph, how much improvement can we make in 3 months? Didn't he say anything? We only need to win against one of his students. Wang Feng said in a low voice, among them, the one with the lowest cultivation, it's Lu Mingyu. I'm afraid she doesn't even have the God King realm? Teacher, are we really going to compete with those seniors in 3 months? Gushan asked anxiously. In the Tianjiao class, there are 15 Tianjiao students, 15 with special physiques. Gushan has the body of the earth, he is simple and honest, shy, but also a little timid. Our strength is still a little behind theirs. The girl Yu Weiwei also said in a low voice. In the teacher's manner, Qin Yang looked at these students helplessly. Gushan, you have the body of the earth. What are you afraid of? The skills you practice focus on defense. You just stand there and let them fight. They may not be able to break your defense, and they will consume them to death. Fight on the next level, you are relatively relaxed. Qin Yang said. The students all looked at Gushan, but Gushan blushed with embarrassment. Qin Yang looked at Yu Weiwei, and said again, there is also you, the body of the dust, but you are also so inferior and timid, you like to escape. If you are in the same realm as those seniors, you can shoot them into pieces with one palm. Flying dust. Ah? Am I so strong? Yu Weiwei opened her small mouth in shock. Qin Yang nodded and said, not only you two, but all of you are very strong. But, how much can we improve in 3 months? Qin Yuan frowned and asked, my abyss body can swallow everything, and of course I can pass. Qin Yang squinted his eyes, and said meaningfully, you want to use your special physique to cultivate? Xuanhuan's heart skipped a beat. Teacher Qin Yang knew that he could. Xuanhuan quickly said, I won't devour others, to improve my cultivation. I'm just curious, even if we can leapfrog and fight, we can't surpass so many levels. You don't need to worry about this, you continue to practice here first, and I'll get you some potions. Qin Yang said. Pharmaceutical? What kind of potion? The students all became curious. Teacher Qin Yang really knows how to make medicine? Qin Yang smiled lightly, and said, the potion is only a supplementary effect. If you want to improve your strength, and quickly improve it, no matter how powerful the potion is, it won't work. The potion I want to prepare is for you to use during your training. You'll know when the time comes. After speaking, he gave a few more instructions and left the manor. Only the students were left looking at each other in blank dismay. What? You want to transform the virtual grass? The abyss vine? In the office, Director Su of Pharmacy stood up abruptly. Just after receiving the news, Qin Yang found something to discuss, but he didn't expect that opening his mouth was the two magic medicines. Don't be so excited. Qin Yang was a little speechless, and said, I don't ask you how much you want, I just need a few plants. What? How many more? Director Su's eyes widened. The two magic medicines, huashu grass and abyss vine, are not ordinary medicines. They are extremely rare, not to mention priceless. And these two magical medicines, even he did not dare to try to refine them lightly. Even Director Su is not very clear about what kind of potion these two elixir can be refined. I told you, don't be so excited. Qin Yang said. Director Su rolled his eyes. He did have some in stock. As the director of pharmacy at Tianya Star Mercenary Academy, these are all his treasures. Moreover, when encountering some special occasions, it can also be used to give lectures and support the scene. How can I not be excited? Director Su was about to speak when Qin Yang interrupted him. By the way, not only the void transformation grass and abyss vine, but also the earth core fruit, lava spirit crystal liquid, soul splitting crystal, Xuanzhou ice spirit, Xinhue flower. Qin Yang said a lot of elixir. Director Su took a few steps back in fright, clutching his Qianquan ring. I thought to myself, hell. How did this guy know I had these precious elixirs? This is the inventory that all pharmacists in the entire Eternal Starfield dream of. If you don't seek to refine god-level potions, but only use them for collection, you can become a big boss in the circle. Director Su finally knew why Qin Yang kept telling him not to get excited, so it turned out that this guy was going to empty himself out. Of course, if you have a super spirit bone, that would be great. Qin Yang asked tentatively. Super spiritual bone? What the hell? Director Su became puzzled. He seemed to have never heard of this name before. The fallen corpse of a super spiritual powerhouse. Qin Yang explained. What? Are you crazy? Director Su's face turned blue, looking around. How dare you use bones to refine medicine? It's actually the bones of someone in the spiritual realm? Director Su lowered his voice and said, could it be that you know that kind of sorcery? Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, forget it if you don't have one. Director Su's eyes flashed, and he said, although I don't have it, I know where it is. Where? Qin Yang asked. For the students, Qin Yang took great pains. In my mind, I searched the potion information in the copied library, and found these potions suitable for the students. Each one is quite powerful, but the difficulty of refining is directly proportional to the required materials. Part of what you want is spiritual material. Director Su said, some are in the Wanyang furnace in the Tianyang Star District, some are in the Tianjin Star District, and more are in the undeveloped Wild Star District. Each one is a treasure. Qin Yang frowned, and said, I'm asking about the spirit bone. Director Su said, don't worry. I don't know how long it has been since there was no strong person in the divine spirit realm in the eternal star field. The fallen corpses of the divine spirit realm you mentioned can only exist in the ancient battlefield. It was extremely dangerous there, and even the high-ranking Haoyue spirit might not be able to retreat completely. Even so, there are countless strong people flocking to it. As long as they are lucky enough to survive, they can always find powerful treasures. Where is it? Qin Yang was a little depressed. Isn't this old thing too long-winded? Director Su whispered, you want these, are you using them for refining medicine? Nonsense. Qin Yang's head was full of black lines. I can take you there. Director Su said. Qin Yang was taken aback, and looked at Director Su suspiciously. To tell you the truth, I want to see how you use the spirit bone to make potions. If I remember correctly, in the library of Tianya Star Mercenary Academy, there are many ancient books in the forbidden places, one of which is a potion is to use this god bone. Director Su couldn't remember clearly either, so he said, it's just that this seems to be a potion specially refined for a special physique, and it can even transform an ordinary practitioner's physique into a special physique. Qin Yang sighed, and said, all the magical medicines I asked you for are all recorded in the classics you mentioned. What? Director Su widened his eyes and said, all of them? Qin Yang nodded. Director Su said excitedly, can it be made? They don't even have complete recipes, the refining techniques are even more. If you know how to make medicine, you should know it. Having said that, it will even backfire on myself. Of course I know. Qin Yang said, don't ask, don't you want to see it? Give me all the elixirs I mentioned first. Director Su was a little embarrassed and said, some of them have been lent to other big shots in the circle, and some of them don't belong to me. If you're not in a hurry, I can notify them to come over. Director Su said. I'm in a hurry. Qin Yang said, my student will compete with other seniors in 3 months. Counting the experience, the time is very tight. What did you say? You want to give these medicines to your students? Director Su looked at Qin Yang complicatedly, and said, do you know the value of these magical medicines? If you can really refine medicines, you know these medicines' value? Although it is true that they have special physiques, but this. Director Su said again and again, could it be that you came here just for your students? It's nonsense again, otherwise why would I come to you? Qin Yang was really speechless. At this moment, other department heads also came over. It's just in time, the director of artifact refining is. Qin Yang asked. What? You're looking for me too? Director Zhang asked, curiously. Yes, I want to ask you for some spiritual materials. Qin Yang said. Hey, isn't it just a spiritual material, you can just say it. Director Zhang said boldly. Quite the posture of Director Su before. Director Su smirked from the sidelines, and as expected, Director Zhang was also dumbfounded when Qin Yang explained what spiritual material he needed. Do you want the 9 profound ice? And the heavenly meteorite? And? Director Zhang was stunned. There are so many spiritual materials, even in the impression that they may have existed. Director Su said strangely at the side, where is this? Don't worry, you will be even more shocked if you know what he does. Director Zhang looked at Qin Yang curiously, and said, what are you using these 8th level spiritual materials for? Assist my students in cultivation. Qin Yang said truthfully. Are you kidding me? Director Zhang looked displeased, and said, although these top-quality spiritual materials are only 8th level, they are extremely rare spiritual materials. Equipment, no one is willing to do it. However, Director Zhang still said, however, I can find some friends in my circle and borrow some. How much do you need? As much as you need, cultivation is costly. Of course, it would be great if it can be absorbed by my students. Qin Yang said. What kind of evil method are you doing? How can you use spiritual materials to cultivate? Director Zhang was puzzled. The dean and other department heads also became curious. Didn't Bai Chaolai also use the sun flame to practice? What's so strange about that? Qin Yang said. But Bai Chaolai is a high-ranking Haoyue deity, and a top-level high-ranking Haoyue deity. It's all the same, but the realm is different, but I can help from the side, and the scale can be controlled a little bit. Qin Yang said casually. In the office, the dean and the heads of the 6 major departments all looked at Qin Yang in a daze. Qin Yang is powerful, there is no doubt that his knowledge is profound, and his knowledge of the past and the present makes them even more ashamed. Some of them have never heard of these magical medicines and spiritual materials that they just said casually. There are specialties in the art industry, but Qin Yang has crushed them in their respective fields. If you're just practicing, you don't need such a big scene, right? Dean Lu Qingshan stroked his beard. The heads of the other 6 departments also nodded. It's not a question of appearance, and it's not a question of competition in 3 months. Qin Yang said, it's just that I just know that these are useful to my students. If conditions permit, of course I will use them. The dean and the heads of the 6 major departments looked at each other, and finally, the dean said, you do this, in fact, it is good for Tianya Star Mercenary Academy, everyone will be prosperous, and everyone will be hurt. If you are sure, we will certainly I fully support you. The Tianjiao class already has preferential treatment. So, you agree? Qin Yang was overjoyed and said, then take what you have. No hurry. The dean shook his head lightly, and said, I see that there are quite a few training rooms for refining weapons and medicines in Star Wars City. As you like, you can assign it yourself. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, War Star City has gathered the top level of various disciplines such as refining equipment, refining medicine, making talismans, and formations. The corresponding departments of our college, this War Star City, can also be handed over to you. Director Su, Director Zhang, Director Bai, and Director Yin were overjoyed. With Qin Yang's promise, the War Star City corresponds to their respective specializations, and it is considered to be their decision. This is of great benefit for them to continue to study their respective ways. They can even show off in the circle, directly confirming the title of the most powerful guy in their respective circles. If you say that, it will be much easier to find friends in the circle and ask them to take out some treasures. Director Su said with a smile. The medicine you gave your students, and the method of cultivation. The dean continued. If you want to know, I will tell you. Qin Yang said. Director Su's eyes flashed brightly, and he said, the potions you mentioned. I will teach you all the recipes and techniques. Whether you can learn them or not is up to you. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he added, by the way, these medicines have very little use. In fact, if you have other medicines that you want to refine potion, if you can't make it by yourself, just ask me. Director Su was stunned, and the other directors were also stunned. Qin Yang is a student of the Tianjiao class, and in front of them at this time, it seems that he is also their teacher. After some discussion, Qin Yang, Director Su of Pharmacy, Director Zhang of Artifact Refining, Director Yin of Fu Wen, and Director Bai of Formation, boarded the Fortress of War. At the same time, 15 students from the Tianjiao class also rushed over. Driving a battle fortress to practice? Lu En's face twitched when he heard that. This is too extravagant. A lot of elixir and spiritual materials have to wait for colleagues in the circle to come over. With this war fortress here, as long as we share the location with them and let them come by themselves, we will save face, and this matter will be easy to handle. Director Su said. His face was flushed. Thinking about the summons he sent to his colleagues in the circle, he couldn't stop smiling. Someone asked him where he was, was he in Tianya Star Mercenary Academy? Director Su replied directly, go to the Tianjin Star District first. Others asked again, where is the Tianjin Star region? War Fortress, War Star City has its own Star District Heavenly Road, just come here. It directly shocked all the colleagues in the circle. The same is true for the director of the Artifact Refining Chapter. Although they were already well known in their respective fields, the Star Wars City allowed them to pretend again. Is this the Tianyang Star City of the Tianyang family? The students boarded the Star City and drove away slowly under the envious eyes of all the practitioners in the entire Tianya Star. Look at the Tianjiao class, there are so many faces when you go out to practice. Qin Yang, the teacher of the Tianjiao class, is also an honorary teacher. This time, for directors of the 6 major departments of the college are also going to practice together. All the teachers and students of Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy were full of envy. So what? Even if they have a special physique, even if the teacher is strong, it's still impossible for them to upgrade to be able to fight us within 3 months. Li Zhuang said. By the way, if we win in 3 months, these teaching resources. Ding Jia's heart was filled with enthusiasm. Wang Feng added, that's right. Let's go to the principal. If we win in 3 months, the Tianjiao class will be cancelled. Of course, those who are capable will get the benefits. Recently, the eternal starfield is not peaceful. I'm afraid there will be bigger storms in the future. You should practice steadily. Master Zhao of Divine Martial Arts sighed. Because of this, we should strive for this teaching resource. Wang Feng said. At the same time, more self-proclaimed seniors also became jealous. 3 months later, it's not just a competition between the students of the Tianjiao class and the seniors. The Tianjin Star area is ahead, everyone get ready. Luan reminded. Everyone looked terrified, Director Su, Director Bai, Director Zhang, and Director Yin all set up barriers to protect the students of Tianjiao class. Lu Mingyu and the other 14 students, with special physiques, looked at the starry sky in front of them curiously. In the Tianjin Star area, there are terrifying noises everywhere. This kind of noise is harmful even to the Haoyue gods. It can disturb the mind, irritable, and it can damage the soul and cause mental disorders. Luan said. War Star City, this war fortress has its own Star Zone hub, which is connected to a Star City in Tianjin Star Zone that also has a Star Zone hub array. Even in the Sky Road in the Star area, even if the directors of the 4 departments joined forces to cast the enchantment, harsh noises still came in. Why bother, just activate the defensive formation. Qin Yang said. But that consumption. Luan was a little bit reluctant. Star City is so big, and there are only 10 or 20 people on it. Once the big formation is activated, it will be too wasteful. It will always be open in the future, let's treat it as an experiment now. Qin Yang said. Xiao Yu on the side pouted again and again, eating the energy in his stomach and supplying such a big Star City. Luan nodded in agreement, manipulating War Star City. A barrier was slowly opened outside Star City, and in a short while, peace was restored in Star City. It turned out that there was no noise at all. The heads of the 4 departments all had glowing eyes. This Star Wars City is simply too powerful. With this Star City, even ordinary civilians can enter and exit the Tianjin Star area at will. The Tianjin Star District is the 2nd-ranked Star District. Start the scan and search the Wild Star City. Qin Yang continued to order. Luan followed suit one by one, and a huge screen of light appeared in front of everyone. The light screen is the star map near War Star City. The dots of light are dotted among them, which are the wild star cities in the Tianjin Star region. In the Tianjin Star area, there is the Tianjin family, one of the 5 super spiritual families. Should we? Luan asked for instructions. Before he finished speaking, several red dots appeared in the star map. The red dot was approaching quickly, and the defense alarm of War Star City had been triggered. There are 5 Haoyue gods approaching quickly, and their intentions are unknown. Do you want to kill them? Lewin muttered according to the prompt. The head of the 4th department came over curiously and looked at the star map. Under the star map, various detected messages are also displayed, among which the 5 Haoyue gods are marked in red letters. Later, there was even locking information, and War Star City actually locked the 5 Haoyue gods automatically. At this time, 10 8th order meteorite cannons were already aimed at them, and Qin Yang could wipe out the 5 Haoyue gods with just one thought. The directors of the 4 departments looked at each other in blank dismay. They had only heard about the power of Star Wars City, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. At this time, I can't believe it. If the defense level is raised to the highest level, the War Star City can almost walk sideways in the eternal star field. No one dares to approach. Once you get close, you will die. It should be an acquaintance. Qin Yang said, let's see who it is. Not long after, the 5 Haoyue gods came outside the defensive cover of Star City, looking at the defensive cover, helpless. The leader is none other than Zhang Meng. A small door was opened, allowing Zhang Meng and several super spirit guards to come in. Zhang Meng was a little surprised to see the dean of the 4th department, the dean of the Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy, was with Qin Yang, and there were still 4 of them? Did you pass on the news? Zhang Meng asked tentatively. The 4 directors came to visit in person. Are they going to? You're thinking too much. We're just going to the ancient battlefield. What is it called? Tianyin battlefield, right? Qin Yang said, take the students to practice, and find some usable spiritual materials and medicines along the way. Zhang Meng looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. He didn't believe it. It was obvious that he came to the Tianyin family under the guise of training. I can introduce you, but I haven't seen anyone from the Tianyin family, only the super spirit guards under the Tianyin family. Zhang Meng said. Where is the Tianyin battlefield? Qin Yang asked. The Tianyin family has already begun to summon the super spirit guards, and notified the mercenary group, and even some pirate groups have also recruited, intending to hold a joint exercise. On the surface, it is to show each other's strength and test each other. In fact, it is to deal with the Liang family that replaced the Tianyang family. Zhang Meng said to himself. Qin Yang plucked his ears, and repeated again, I'm asking about the Tianyin battlefield. Yes, the location of this exercise is Tianyin battlefield. Zhang Meng nodded. Qin Yang was speechless immediately, and looked at Zhang Meng with disgust. Zhang Meng was taken aback, and said in surprise, could it be that you really brought your students here to practice? Nonsense. Qin Yang said angrily. Driving this battle fortress to practice? Zhang Meng was even more shocked, and said, there are 4 department heads who personally accompany. What's the problem? Qin Yang asked. The students of the Tianjiao class showed pride on their faces. In the entire Eternal Starfield, they were probably the only ones who had this kind of treatment. Beside Zhang Meng, the 4 super spirit guards from the Tianyin family looked at each other in blank dismay. Qin Yang is indeed not an ordinary person. They have heard about it for a long time, and seeing it today, it is a well-deserved reputation. The Tianyin battlefield is temporarily closed, and no one is allowed to enter in advance. One of the super spirit guards of the Tianyin family said, even if it is the legendary Terminator, there is no exception. Oh? Qin Yang smiled slightly. Zhang Meng's heart skipped a beat, and he winked again and again. But the super spirit guard turned a blind eye to it, and instead sneered, as a super spirit guard, but you failed to protect the Tianyang family, you have dereliction of duty. The Tianyin family has given you a great kindness, by accepting you. Why, you wanted to be our leader as soon as you came, just like when you were in the Tianyang family. Zhang Meng's face became angry. My name is Zhao Qingming, the leader of the Super Spirit Guard of the Tianyin family. Is my previous position higher than that of Zhang Meng? The Super Spirit Guard looked at Qin Yang and said, since you came early, please go to Mingyuan first. Rest in Star City. That's not what the Tianyin family said. The place to entertain the mercenary group and the pirate group is. Zhang Meng said. But Zhao Qingming interrupted, Tianga Star City is the stronghold of our Tianyin family's Super Spirit Guards. How can it be used to entertain outsiders? Although this Mingyuan Star City is a wild star city, not everyone who comes here wants to enter the Tianyin battlefield, is it right? Go to Hades Star City to get used to it first, so as not to die if you enter the battlefield. It seems that your situation is not very good. Qin Yang said to Zhang Meng with a smile. Zhang Meng showed embarrassment. Qin Yang looked at Zhao Qingming and continued, we are not here as guests, since we don't want to tell us where the Tianyin battlefield is, then we will find it ourselves. As he spoke, he winked at Luan. Luan understood. War Star City immediately began to scan with all its strength. The star map expanded more than 10 times in an instant, and all the star cities appeared on it. Not only that, there is a mark next to each star city, which means the dangerous level of energy. The faces of the 4 ultra-spiritual guards of the Tianyin family changed, and Zhao Qingming said angrily, presumptuous. In my Tianyin star area, you dare to be so unscrupulous. As he spoke, he took a step forward and was about to grab Luan's neck. Luan's expression changed. His strength was not at the peak among the Super Spirit Guards. At this time, facing Zhao Qingming, the leader of the Super Spirit Guards of the Tianyin family, he was naturally timid. The directors of the 4 departments all frowned. Chao Lingwei was notoriously arrogant and defiant, and he didn't show affection or reason at all. At this moment, in front of them, he dared to attack Luan. Peng! With a muffled sound, Qin Yang grabbed Zhao Qingming's hand. Zhao Qingming's eyes were fascinated, with a dangerous look in his eyes. Unfortunately, I used to be a legendary mercenary. It seems that you, the legendary Terminator, also want to end me? The atmosphere was tense, except for Zhang Meng. The other 3 Super Spirit Guards also looked at Qin Yang with unfriendly expressions. Alas! Qin Yang sighed, and said, you Super Spirit Guards. As soon as the voice changed, Qin Yang looked at Zhang Meng and said, do you want me to help you? Zhang Meng was taken aback, what do you mean? After thinking for a while, he suddenly turned pale with shock. Well, you Qin Yang, how dare you ignore me like this? Zhao Qingming pushed his arm hard, trying to shake Qin Yang's hand away. Qin Yang clenched it even tighter, and with a click, everyone was terrified. This sound seems to be more frightening than those terrifying noises in the Tianyin star area. The arm of Zhao Qingming, the leader of the Tianyin family's Super Spirit Guards, was crushed by Qin Yang. Ah! Zhao Qingming roared in pain, and hurriedly gritted his teeth to hold back the severe pain. Qin Yang apologized and said, I'm sorry, I lost my strength. Seeing this, the other 3 Super Spirit Guards were furious, ready to attack. The directors of the 4 departments didn't know how to watch, and showed their aura one after another. It seems that you are going to declare war with the Tianyin family? Do you think that if the Liang mercenary group can successfully replace the Tianyang family and become the Liang family, it will really become one of the 5 super spiritual stone families? Do you think you can too? Okay. Qin Yang. Zhao Qingming stared at Qin Yang fiercely. We're just here for the trial. What you want to do has nothing to do with us. On the Tianyin battlefield, we can keep the water out of the river, but... Qin Yang said indifferently, if you dare to entangle yourself and seek death, I will not mind giving you a ride. Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding. Zhang Meng hurriedly smoothed things over and said, Qin Yang, since you are only here to take the students to practice, then please go, I will show you the direction. Zhang Meng. You are simply not worthy of being a super spiritual guard. The Tianyang family has a super spiritual guard like you, no wonder they will be replaced by Bai Chaolai. Zhao Qingming said angrily, I am a super spiritual guard, how can I show weakness? Zhang Meng said in a low voice, this war star city under our feet, how do you think Qin Yang drove away? And in front of Bai Chaolai? Bai Chaolai can replace the Tianyang family, but there is still no way to take Qin Yang. That's just your incompetence. Zhao Qingming said. You. Zhang Meng shuddered angrily. He had the kindness to save him, but he was a dog's lung and a wolf's heart. You have to be capable, you can try to block it. Zhang Meng flicked his sleeves. Zhao Qingming stared at Qin Yang and said, you crushed my arm just because of my carelessness. After I recover, I will go to Tianjin battlefield to find you. I just hope that you don't die inside. As he said that, Zhao Qingming was about to leave with the super spirit guard. After walking a few steps, he turned around and said, there is everything in Tianjin battlefield, even this war star city, I'm afraid it will become rusted iron in the ruins. Zhang Meng took a deep breath, looked at Qin Yang and said, let me point out the direction for you. As he spoke, he stood in front of the star map and pointed to one of the black holes. This is the Tianjin battlefield. Qin Yang, Luan and everyone else looked over. Even the search of War Star City failed to reveal the Tianjin battlefield. The surroundings are pitch black, showing the highest level of danger. The reason why we don't let people go to the Tianjin battlefield first is because we are afraid that someone will set up an ambush. Zhang Meng explained, the Tianjin family held this exercise because they didn't want to cause trouble, and didn't want this exercise to become a mercenary. The place where the group and the pirate group settle their grievances. Are you going to attack the Tianyang Star area? Attack Bai Chaolai? Qin Yang asked with interest, did you invite Bai Chaolai for this exercise? Zhang Meng's face froze, and he said, of course he won't be invited. Besides, the mercenary group and pirate group invited are mostly enemies with Lai Yang, the family. Qin Yang nodded and said, well, come on, I'm optimistic about you. Zhang Meng was speechless for a while. After a long time, Zhang Meng tentatively asked, you hope we will win? It doesn't matter who wins or loses. What I said is that I am optimistic about you. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly. As soon as the voice changed, Qin Yang asked, by the way, is there any news about Yao? Yao should also come to the Tianjin family, right? Zhang Meng was taken aback, and said, no, Yao did not come to the Tianjin family. Did you go to another family? Qin Yang asked. No, Yao seems to have disappeared. Zhang Meng said, the only possibility is that Yao went to other Wild Star regions. Many people chose to go to the Wild Star regions after knowing the changes in the Tianyang Star region. Open up wasteland and hunt for treasures to deal with the turmoil that will follow. But Yao shouldn't need it. Qin Yang frowned. I always feel that Yao's brief disappearance is not that simple. If there is any news about Yao, please notify me as soon as possible. Qin Yang said. Zhang Meng didn't know why Qin Yang paid so much attention to Yao, but he nodded in agreement. After saying goodbye and parting, Qin Yang set off to the War Star City and rushed to the Tianjin Star District. All the Tianjiao students looked at Qin Yang with admiration. They didn't expect teacher Qin Yang to be so domineering. Even the thorny Yan Liaoshan was full of admiration, and there was even a little worship in his eyes. The leader of the super spirit guard of the Tianjin family is so vulnerable in front of teacher Qin Yang. Zhang Mei was actually so respectful in front of teacher Qin Yang. With such a powerful teacher to help them practice, why worry about the competition 3 months later? However, this is a famous dangerous place in the Eternal Star Field. Tianjin battlefield. Even weirder and more dangerous than Wanyang Furnace. The danger of Xuanhuan furnace is visible, but this Tianyin battlefield. But there is little news. Why? Because almost none of those who went left alive. How do we test? Yan Liaoshan asked. Qin Yang looked at the students, thought for a while, and said, the main thing is to find some treasures and use them to refine medicines. As for the trials, after the practice room in Star Wars City simulates a controllable environment, you can go directly to practice. Just practice in the room. War Star City still has this function? Director Su asked, curiously. Yes, it has complete functions. Qin Yang nodded. If I had known earlier, I'm afraid Director Yu, the director of the Shenwu School, would also follow. War Star City flew in the direction of Tianyin battlefield, and in the void, warships flew quickly one after another. On the flag of the battleship, the sun is like fire. Liang family. If we can annihilate the Tianyin family this time, our Liang family's reputation will be confirmed. It's good to use this opportunity to let other mercenary groups and pirate groups in the Eternal Starfield see that our Super Spirit family and the Liang family are amazing. Tianyin battlefield, if we can wipe out all these people. The sound of communication quickly disappeared, and these warships also headed for the direction of the Tianyin battlefield. The energy shield can't hold it anymore. Energy is being consumed rapidly. Luan said repeatedly with some anxiety. In a black hole, it seems that a huge star city can be seen in it. Surrounded by the terrifying power of rules, the rules of sound. The faces of the heads of the 4 departments were a little stiff, and they couldn't help but propped up their respective barriers, and also protected the students of the Tianjiao class. Only Qin Yang stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the broken star city that seemed very close, yet seemed far away. Sure enough, it's not that easy to get close to. Qin Yang said, this War Star City is just a patchwork of 8th level spiritual materials, and it's still far from 9th level. Stop it, or my energy will be exhausted. Xiaoyu said dissatisfied. Where is this? How much sun liquid flames you have swallowed, do you think I don't know? Qin Yang rolled his eyes and said, look at you stingy. How can I be stingy? If you give me the Xuanhuan furnace as the energy core now, of course I won't care about the consumption. Xiaoyu said. The detection has failed, and everything around can't be detected. It's normal to have distractions. I'm afraid this War Star City can no longer be opened. Then collect the data here. Qin Yang was talking to Luan, while the faces of the students were pale. Once the energy shield can't bear it, nothing will happen to the War Star City, but they may not. Even with the protection of the heads of the 4 departments, the surrounding environment is too terrifying. In particular, these are not the power of ordinary rules, but the rules of sound. This kind of power of rules is the most difficult to defend against. After collecting the data, do we want to? Luan asked. Well, let's get out. I will go to Tianyin battlefield by myself, Qin Yang said. Of course, the heads of the 4 departments also stayed in Star City to protect it. The simulation practice room began to simulate the rules, and the hell for the students also came. Can I not practice? Yu Weiwei said weakly, I mean, don't practice in this simulated environment. Qin Yang chuckled, suddenly straightened his face, and said firmly, no. Yu Weiwei's expression changed. Qin Yang looked around at all the students and said, all of you have to enter it to practice, of course, some of you can be special. Hearing the word special, everyone feels that they are the one who is being taken care of specially. Moo Puppet. Here. A boy whose name was called came out more and more, his face full of pride. Lu Zhen. Here. Lu Zhen laughed and walked to Mu Gui's side. Well, just the 2 of you. Qin Yang murmured. The teachers of the 4 departments looked at Qin Yang, curiously, wondering what this meant. Other students were dissatisfied. Yan Liaoshan said, why should the two of them be given special care? Qin Yang explained, Mu Puppet is a body that splits the soul, and he needs to use the rules of sound to cultivate and hone his soul. After a pause, Qin Yang said again, Lu Zhen is the body of thunder, and he has the soul of thunder in his cultivation, and he also has something to do with the rules of sound. In that case, they should make their cultivation more difficult. Why should they take special care? Li Yueke asked, puzzled. The other students also looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded and said, yes, that's right. Everyone was taken aback. The smug smiles on the faces of Lu Zhen and Mu Gui collapsed instantly. Otherwise? What do you think of special care? Qin Yang asked back. The audience burst into laughter, and all the students looked at Lu Zhen and Mu Gui with pity. No way. Mu Gui was a little depressed. Lu Zhen also felt uncomfortable. After explaining a little bit, Qin Yang directly left War Star City and headed for Tianyin battlefield. Under the escort of the heads of the 4 departments, War Star City drove away slowly, keeping a distance. The star chart returned to normal, but immediately after that, a piercing alarm sounded. There are 8th-tier battleships approaching quickly, 3, 5, 10. As the number increased, the expressions of Luan and the directors of the 4th department changed. Could it be that colleagues from the circle have come? Director Su was not sure. He knew that those peers were withdrawn, and even if they wanted to come, they would never come at the same time. Director Zhang said in a low voice, didn't the super spirit guards of the Tianyin family blockade the Tianyin battlefield? The exercise they held has not yet gathered everyone, so it is impossible to start now. A few people were communicating, but those battleships had already arrived at the site of Xingqing and surrounded it firmly. Qin Yang, we meet again. Fire Dog was on a Tier 8 battleship with a look of fear on his face. A battleship beside him also showed vigilance on his face. The Liang family has brought out all the best, except for Bai Chao Lai, all the famous strong men are here. It's broken. The Chaoling Guard didn't come, and the mercenaries and pirates invited by the Tianyin family didn't come, but the Liang family came. Luan's heart sank. Tianyin battlefield, even War Star City cannot detect it, let alone communicate. This. Li is even stronger than Wanyang Furnace. They couldn't contact Qin Yang at all. What? Don't you bother to show up? Fang Jian said. There was a tentative tone in his tone. The directors of the 4 departments looked at each other. Although the 4 of them had reputations, they obviously couldn't restrain the Liang family, which had produced all the best. Especially Fire Dog and Fang Jian, one is the captain of the first team of the former Liang Mercenary Corps, and the other is a legendary pirate. At this moment, Lu Mingyu spoke slowly, and said, my husband has gone to the Tianyin battlefield. He has not been there for a long time. If you want to find him, you will soon catch up. How could you? Luan was anxious. Needless to say, the importance of this star city. Bai Chao Lai was willing to let go, probably because of energy problems. But now that the War Star City has arrived here, it is clear that there is no problem with energy for the time being. How could the Liang family let go of such a War Star City? More importantly, Qin Yang is not here yet. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, there was silence in the void. The atmosphere quickly became tense. Oh? Not here? Fire Dog grinned grinningly, with a ruthless look in his eyes. Fang Jian also narrowed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. This is something outside of our mission. A captain whispered. With this War Star City, isn't our task easier? We don't need to go to the Tianyin battlefield to ambush, and directly swept away the Tianyin family and those mercenary groups and pirate groups. Fire Dog said. If Qin Yang comes back, what are you afraid of? Doesn't this have his wife? As long as he is taken hostage, Qin Yang can only be captured. Feng Jian said. A fire dog, a party, the meaning is very clear, and the other members can only wait for the order to be issued. Fire Dog and Feng Jian looked at each other and nodded. Taking back the War Star City is a great achievement. Everyone obey orders. Fire Dog was about to give an order, but there was a shout from far away, which came from War Star City. Xiaoyu, kill. Lu Mingyu also saw the other party's intention and spoke directly. My energy. Xiaoyu wanted to cry, but she still called out the ghost ship itself. 10 Tier 8 meteor cannons and 1 Tier 9 meteor cannon aimed at the battleship of the Liang family. A stream of pure white beams shot out outside the Tianjin battlefield. Huigo and Feng Jian's expressions changed drastically, and they all abandoned the boat and fled. The 8th tier battleship was completely vulnerable to the meteor cannon, and was destroyed in an instant. The head of the 4th department, Luan, and the 14 students of Tianjiao class were taken aback by Lu Mingyu's decisiveness. Qin Yang said that in this situation, we should act first. Lu Mingyu said a little embarrassedly. Among all the people, Lu Mingyu is the weakest. However, Xiaoyu next to Lu Mingyu's combat power is so strong. Especially Lu Mingyu, who is so decisive, doesn't give the Liang family any chance at all. Dozens of warships came in a mighty manner, and instantly turned into wreckage floating in the void. Bastard! How dare you attack us? Fire Dog was furious. You are the ones who want to attack us first. Lu Mingyu said. Fart. We didn't. Feng Jian bit back. It's a siege, gathering but not dispersing, plotting against the law, and the intention is obvious. Lu Mingyu said lightly, aren't these enough? Fire Dog and Feng Jian were suddenly dumbfounded. They only thought that Qin Yang was not here, but they didn't expect that Lu Mingyu could order the ghost ship. Still so crisp. The eyes of the two of them were red. Under this round of bombardment, apart from dozens of outstanding elites, thousands of elites of the Liang family fell directly. This loss is simply incalculable. Even if they take back War Star City, they will inevitably be punished severely. But at this time, Xiaoyu aimed at the people like Huigo again. It was the warship that was targeted before, but now it is these people. Xiaoyu is a magic weapon of the 9th rank. Under his lock, no one can escape except Qin Yang. Wait. We don't intend to fight. Didn't Qin Yang also say that he won't get involved in the disputes in the Eternal Starfield? Feng Jian hurriedly said. Fire Dog said in a puzzled voice transmission, we have suffered heavy losses, how can we just let it go? The rest are elites, and their peak combat power is still there. Feng Jian hurriedly replied, with the ghost ship here, the most we can get is this war fortress, but the ghost ship will not let us go, and our original mission cannot be completed. Precisely because the peak combat power is still there, we can only take a step back now. After completing the original mission, we will recapture the ghost ship. Feng Jian said, however, one of our missions needs to be added. Gone. Add what? Fire Dog asked. Kill Qin Yang. Feng Jian said bitterly. Fire Dog's heart sank as well. They themselves pushed themselves into a desperate situation, and only by killing Qin Yang, this credit can make up for their mistakes. Don't be careless, and these people shouldn't be underestimated. After all, they are the people who have been with Qin Yang all the time, and they are probably influenced by Qin Yang. Feng Jian took a deep breath. Just go against Lu Mingyu's ruthless determination before, if you don't retreat, you really don't have to retreat. On War Star City, everyone felt relieved. Everyone looked at Lu Mingyu with surprise on their faces. Lu Mingyu looked at Luan and said, if this happens again, the warship's approaching at will. Luan raised his eyebrows, and the others also looked over. Activate the automatic defense and penetrate directly. Lu Mingyu said slowly. Luan let out a hiss. This is even more ruthless than Qin Yang. Don't look at me like that. This war fortress is the real treasure, but the art of refining, formation, and runes contained in it are the top inheritance. Lu Mingyu said. The directors of the 4 departments nodded repeatedly. This is even more precious than the library of Tianya Star Mercenary Academy. Qin Yang handed over this war fortress to us with confidence, and we will not let him down. Lu Mingyu said firmly, this war fortress cannot be damaged even in the slightest, and it must not be taken away. The heads of the 4 departments nodded repeatedly, while the other 14 Tianjiao students looked at Lu Mingyu adoringly. It turned out that teacher Qin Yang was too sharp to cover up Lu Mingyu's heroine. On the other side, Tianjin battlefield. It is almost a wild star city, a wild world. The ground is cracked, and fires burst out from time to time. Mountains and rivers have fallen, and it is conceivable that there have been terrible wars. Standing on the edge of a cliff, Qin Yang leaned over to look. The bottom is like an abyss, with flames hovering like hell. There is everything you want below, and there are 9th-level fire-type spiritual materials. A voice came from beside Qin Yang. Qin Yang was taken aback. Why didn't he find anyone? However, there are only voices, but no people. The pearl of the dark fire can control the dark fire of the abyss, which is the darkest fire in the world. Using this spiritual material to refine a 9th-level magic weapon, its power is far beyond imagination. Another voice also came over. Qin Yang looked around and immediately smiled. It turned out that the rule of sound recorded the communication of the former strong. Qin Yang shook his head. Even if the underworld fire pearl still exists here, he doesn't need it. Yan Liaoshan's body of angry flames has nothing to do with this underworld fire. Time is running out, and the purpose of my trip is only the bones of the gods. Bold. How dare you steal my treasure, you will die. Shout out together, like a ghost. This time a figure appeared behind Qin Yang. A big man with messy clothes and a hideous face. Like a savage bull, it rushed forward. The power of the rules around it was all knocked away by it, and there are still living people here. Moreover, it is still immune to the rules. The soul is torn, the mind. I don't know. Qin Yang quietly looked at the big man rushing towards him, and nodded secretly. It's okay, I found the soul-splitting crystal when I first came here. Qin Yang turned around and bent his legs slightly. With a fist in his waist, he suddenly blasted out. Xuanhuan. Falling into the sky in half a step. Since the rules are immune, let's compete with pure physical strength. Boom. A violent muffled sound silenced the sounds from the various rules of sound that filled the surroundings. The big man was sent flying out at a faster speed. Although he spat out blood, he flew back quickly. There was a trace of clarity in his eyes. Looking at Qin Yang, he struggled and said, "Quick, run away." Qin Yang frowned and turned around suddenly. From the abyss of earth and fire, a giant of 100 feet unexpectedly drilled out. With his hands clasped on the edge of the cliff, he was about to climb up. Seeing Qin Yang, he suddenly patted him with one hand. The world is in action, all phenomena, the palm of the gods, destroy the common people. Qin Yang raised his hand and slapped it out. The two palms collided, and the palm of the Baizhang giant was directly smashed to pieces. I am invincible in this eternal starfield where there is only the divine spirit realm. Qin Yang said lightly. The Baizhang giant was surrounded by flames, and the Yin fire caused the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. If you dare to snatch the pearl of the underworld fire, you have to pass my test. The roar of the Baizhang giant was like the roar of heaven, and the pressure was heavy for thousands of miles around. I don't want to snatch your underworld fire orb, but you actually have lava spirit crystals on your body, so I accept that. Qin Yang said, and his figure suddenly rushed over. The body turned into a black light, which directly pierced into the head of the Baizhang giant. In a sea of flames, a bright fire-colored rhombic spar slowly floats. Qin Yang grabbed it, annihilated the rules, and activated the Jiwujia, isolating the fire-colored rhombic spar from everything around it. No, or in other words, all connections are wiped out. Roar. The Baizhang giant roared in pain, and his body collapsed into pieces. In the sky above the abyss of earth and fire, only the figure of Qin Yang remained, standing in the sphere of light that destroyed the rules. As soon as you enter the battlefield, you will be a slave for the rest of your life. There is still time to escape. The big man looked at Qin Yang Shenwei, and said, "You have such combat power, turning into a slave of sound will only make it more dangerous for those who come later. You should rule this eternal starfield first, and strengthen my Tianyin family." Qin Yang was taken aback, and looked at the big man with interest. "Yin slave? Tianyin family? Can I understand that the so-called sound slaves are people who are enslaved by the rules of sound in the Tianyin battlefield?" Qin Yang asked. "Tianyin battlefield?" The big man asked suspiciously, "Isn't this the trial ground of my Tianyin clan?" The man's sanity began to become chaotic again, his body swayed, and his head swayed from side to side. "The domain master of the eternal starfield is too strong-willed, and our Tianyin clan cannot kill it. The strong men of our clan set a trap here. Although they killed an inheritor of the domain master's will, they only died with that inheritor. Tianyin is chaotic, the rules are out of control, and our family is in danger. My family is in danger." The big man was insane, and he staggered away. Qin Yang was at a loss. "Yin slave. Tianyin family. Tianyin clan. This is indeed an ancient battlefield, but I am afraid that only the Tianyin family knows the reason for everything here." Qin Yang looked at the lava spirit crystal in his hand and put it away. "Since the Tianyin clan once fought against the will of the domain master of the eternal starfield, then there must be this super spiritual bone." Qin Yang's eyes brightened. The history of the Tianyin battlefield probably dates back to before the decline of the eternal starfield, that is, when there were still super spiritual powerhouses. However, this big man's intelligence is obviously caused by the cracking soul crystal. Let's talk about it first. After getting the cracking soul crystal, Qin Yang's figure flashed and followed him. Came to the ruins of an ancient city. The figure of the big man flashed in front of the ruins before disappearing. Qin Yang came to the gate of the ruins and looked at the ruins. Once upon a time, this place must have been glorious. Without even thinking about it, Qin Yang stepped directly into the ruins. "I'll rub it, can this touch the treasure?" Qin Yang was immediately amused. "Not too far away, I saw treasures scattered all over the place. Among them, there are not a few spiritual materials of the 9th rank." Along the direction where these treasures were scattered, Qin Yang saw an ancient and thick wall that had collapsed. "Treasure house? I like it." Qin Yang's eyes flashed. "This is a big harvest. This is the treasure house of the most prosperous time of the eternal star field. It's different from the current level. Now, level 8 is a treasure, but before, it was commonplace." Just as he was about to drill into the ancient wall, someone popped out of the wall. It wasn't the big man just now, but another slightly younger man. "My family's treasure house, dare to trespass?" Qin Yang frowned. Although the young man was facing each other, his eyes were absent and unfocused, not looking at him. Just then, a voice came from behind. "Tianyin retaliates, I urgently need the soul-splitting crystal to tear the soul apart." There is only sound, but no figure. That young man was actually talking to the chaotic Tianyin rules everywhere. Splitting soul crystal is a double-edged sword. Although it can solve Tianyin's backlash, its strength will be greatly reduced. Moreover, splitting your soul is not cutting it off, but sealing it. Your reduced strength will never be recovered. The young man said, my clan is fighting against the domain master of the eternal starfield, and we can't lose any more combat power at this time. Since you have suffered backlash, then go to the front line. Fight against the inheritor of the domain master's will, and you will take the lead. Qin Yang watched the excitement cheerfully from the sidelines. Everything that had happened had already appeared in his mind. You are asking me to die. Split the soul, solve the backlash of Tianyin, and reduce your strength. You might as well die. The young man said indifferently. Then I will detonate Tianyin's rules, and let everyone be buried with me. Saying that, the voice disappeared. The young man showed a look of panic, and hurriedly fled back to the ancient wall. Detonating Tianyin's rules, it's already backfired. Will it have a chain reaction like a virus? Could it be that the Tianyin clan is wiped out like this? Qin Yang rubbed his chin, curiously. It shouldn't be that simple, but it's almost there. Qin Yang thought, but if you say that, then the Tianyin family, one of the 5 super-spiritual families. Qin Yang suddenly thought of a possibility, and was taken aback for a moment. Don't be all audio slaves. Qin Yang was speechless. If this is the case, this exercise may also be a conspiracy. It's just that the sound slaves of the Tianyin family should have regained some sanity. Originally, Qin Yang was a little bit optimistic about this wave of operations by the Tianyin family, so he gathered his super spirit guards, summoned the Star Field Mercenary Group and the Star Field Pirate Group to fight against Bai Chaolai. In terms of power, it will not be weaker than Bai Chaolai. This is when the hearts of the people are not in harmony. But if all the invitees come to this Tianyin battlefield for trial and are controlled to become Yin slaves, it will be monolithic. On the other hand, on Bai Chaolai's side, the people being compared are not in the same mood. Hey, this eternal starfield is full of these unclean butts. Qin Yang entered the treasure house while thinking. The scene in the treasure house disappointed Qin Yang for a while. Except for the young man from before who huddled in a corner, there were not many treasures in the treasure house. A few pieces of 9th-level spiritual materials, a few plants of 9th-level magic medicine, are temporarily useless. Yao, where have you been? There are so many butts waiting for you to wipe. Qin Yang laughed at his own thoughts. Why, are you out of control? The big man from before rushed back. His sanity seemed to be a little clearer again. It seems that returning to this ruin of the Tianyin clan can make him gradually recover. The power of the rules I have mastered, this mere Tianyin rule, is not in my eyes. Qin Yang responded lightly, and asked, where is the split soul crystal? You are the enemy of my Tianyin clan? You actually want to use the split soul crystal to defeat my Tianyin clan? The big man's eyes widened, full of murderous intent. Qin Yang looked at the big man speechlessly. The big man's eyes were confused for a while, and he said, I couldn't go out this time. How long have I been wandering outside? Who are you asking? Ask me? Qin Yang was even more speechless. In the cracking soul crystal, part of the souls of our strong people are sealed. Once it gets out of control, it will be a disaster for our Tianyin clan. The big man said, we must not let the cracking soul crystal fall into the hands of others. Where is the soul-splitting crystal? Qin Yang looked at the other party's thoughts, and took the opportunity to ask. At this moment, a powerful coercion hit. Dare to invade the eternal star field, you will all die. Qin Yang exclaimed what the hell, stretched out his hand, put away all the things in the treasure house, and left the treasure house with a flash of his figure. Amidst the landslides, a familiar young man stood in the air, with murderous intent in his eyes. Yao? No, not. Qin Yang twitched his face slightly, and said, isn't it another domain master's will inheritor? This domain master of the eternal starfield has something. If one fails, he will create another, so, which generation of domain master is this Yao, the inheritor of will? My name, Chan. You all die under my endless brilliance. Chan shouted loudly, and his whole body emitted a dazzling white light. This person's strength is obviously stronger than that of E. Before Qin Yang could make a move, a few strong men came out of nowhere from among the ruins and faced them directly. For a while, it was evenly split. This ancient battlefield turned out to be such a battlefield. Qin Yang was dumbfounded. It wasn't until now that he realized that this place and this scene were completely recreating ancient battles. No, or it can be said that when you come here, you join the ancient battle. It's not just that Tianjin's rules are difficult to deal with, the real danger comes from these ancient controlled powerhouses. Qin Yang took a deep breath, but he saw that Kan's realm was nothing more than the high-ranking Haoyue god, and the decline of the eternal starfield had suppressed all realms within it. It's been so long that I'm still alive, isn't this my illusion? Qin Yang blinked, staring carefully at Kan and the strong men of the Tianjin clan who were fighting. There is no breath of life, it should be like a puppet, although it is still panting, it is indeed dead, and its body and strength have been frozen. Qin Yang was constantly analyzing at the side, and the battle in the sky was coming to an end. Several strong men from the Tianjin clan were knocked down to the ground, making the ruins even more ruined. Qin Yi seemed to be seriously injured, and left to heal his wounds. However, before leaving, he took a deep look at Qin Yang. Qin Yang felt hairy from this look. No way, being able to see me means that the domain master of the eternal starfield knows of my existence. Qin Yang thought of the scene when he saw Yao for the first time, that was too coincidental. The exiled three-layer world broke through the boundary wall of the star field and opened a gap. But Yao just chased and killed the pirates, and came to the gap, and the two looked at each other in the two star fields. Quick, hurry up and find the soul-splitting crystal, I've been bitten by Tianjin. An urgent voice brought Qin Yang back to his senses. Isn't this the strong man who was seriously injured just now? Qin Yang hurriedly followed, and came to another ruin along the way. Among the ruins, there is a psychedelic divine light flickering, which seems to be transparent, and seems to reflect colorful colors. Several strong men sat cross-legged around the divine light, and the infinite divine light enveloped their bodies. The surging power of the soul was gathered by that divine light. Soul-splitting crystal actually looks like this? Qin Yang was also a little surprised. Originally thought that it should be similar to lava spirit crystals, but I didn't expect that it was not of the same order of magnitude. The split souls were then sealed, but the aura of those strong men did not decrease much, but slowly recovered. Damn it, this. Qin Yang was startled. On this Tianjin battlefield, everything in the ancient times was frozen, but the treasures were still in operation. The strength of the strong was frozen, but the split soul was captured by this. The divine soul, sealed by the cracking soul crystal, is getting stronger. The power of the soul in this split soul crystal is probably to the point of terror. Once released, it is like opening the door to destruction. Mu Puppet is a soul-splitting body. You must use this soul-splitting crystal to strengthen your soul. Otherwise, at the later stage of cultivation, your soul will split into more than a dozen personalities. He doesn't have a headache, but I have a headache. Qin Yang muttered to himself, I will just pick a small piece, it should be fine. After speaking, Qin Yang walked into Xuanhuan. Follow the divine light to the ground, and see the soul-cracking crystal body. It's like a huge crystal ball, and it's like a world in it. Countless spirits wander in it, including mountains, rivers, and high-rise buildings. Ninth order spiritual material, is this a magic weapon refined from the soul-splitting crystal? Qin Yang couldn't care less, and stretched out his hand to pick it up. It's so hard. Qin Yang was startled, and gradually exerted all his strength, only then did he feel a little pinch. According to this speed, even if I use all my strength, it will take 3 to 5 days to dig out a piece. Qin Yang sighed, and said, none of these students can make me worry. Helping them improve their strength is almost impossible. One is more troublesome than the other. Qin Yang kept this posture still, and his fingertips burst out with the power to annihilate the rules. The speed was indeed much faster, but it was still within a hair's breadth. Time passed slowly. 3 days later. Come down. Qin Yang shouted loudly. A piece of the bright and transparent spar, a 9th-level spiritual material, was picked off by Qin Yang. It doesn't matter if you pull it, the soul in it rushes out crazily. So thin? Did you dig it out? I'm sorry. Qin Yang hastily mobilized the power of the annihilation rule to annihilate all the souls that wanted to rush out. If my promotion method is still the same as before, this experience is simply given to me for nothing. Qin Yang looked at the soul of the crystal world with some regret. After annihilating those spirits who wanted to rush out, it seemed that the sound of howling in pain could be heard in the ruins. The souls were separated by the seal of the cracked soul crystal, but now there is a gap, and they are connected with each other. Kill these sealed souls, and you can kill those wandering sound slaves. Qin Yang changed his mind, and said to himself, anyway, these spirits are inseparable from the Tianyin battlefield. They may not be able to resist the chaotic rules of the Tianyin battlefield. The upper limit of the realm of the eternal starfield is not to be feared by the high-ranking Haoyue gods. Then let's make this place even more chaotic. Qin Yang chuckled. It would be great if he could attract Yao this time. After putting away the soul-splitting crystal, Qin Yang turned and left. Now that the super spirit bone can be found again, the trip will be considered a success. During this period of time, Director Su, Director Zhang and their peers should also be here, and the required magic medicine and spiritual materials can also be gathered. Qin Yang had a thought in his heart, but where should he find this super spiritual bone? Where are the bones of fallen super spiritual powerhouses? Qin Yang returned to the ground. Those strong men are still here to heal their injuries. They retained part of their sanity in life, but they didn't have much logic at all. By the way, if these people were in the super spiritual realm in ancient times. Qin Yang stared at a strong man. The big man from before came over and said, if you dare to destroy the soul-splitting crystal, I will kill you. Qin Yang looked at the big man, snorted coldly, and said, you are the most sober, then you are most likely to have been in the super spiritual realm, then, it is you. As he spoke, Qin Yang went up to meet him and punched him out. Use pure martial arts to fight hand-to-hand with it. The opponent is immune to the rules and has a strong physique. Qin Yang's immortal body is also not weak. The two went back and forth, fighting upside down, but it was difficult to distinguish between the two. Phantom clone. Qin Yang shouted loudly. The other party was immune to the rules, but it was no problem to affect him. For a moment, Qiandao clone condensed out. Although each one is only one level lower than Qin Yang in strength, with so many clones, the big man directly fell into the disadvantaged. The wall of heaven and earth. Annihilate the barrier. Thousands of avatars joined forces to create a wall that annihilated rules and condensed, trapping the big man in it. Finally, Qin Yang broke the neck of the big man, but the big man did not die directly, his eyes completely recovered. Have my Tianyin clan unified the eternal starfield? There was hope in the strong man's eyes. Well. Qin Yang frowned. After all, the Tianyin family is one of the 5 great super spirit families, so it is not wrong to count it as the ruler. Thank you, you helped me out. The voice of the strong man's soul became weaker, and he said slowly, but, you destroyed everything. You shouldn't have destroyed. Soul splitting. I just picked a small piece. Qin Yang curled his lips. This guy is going to die. Why do he care about such a small amount of soul crystal? The strong man wanted to transmit the voice again, but his mind and soul were completely destroyed. If you are an ancient strong man, I will only take a piece of your hand bone. Qin Yang said. Qin Yang had accomplished a great deal by removing the hand bones of the big man. At this moment, a powerful aura suddenly rose from behind, and the roar of thousands of souls seemed to shatter the entire Tianyin battlefield. All the gods and souls are going to merge into one, as if they are going to turn into a terrifying monster. It seems to control all the rules of the entire Tianyin battlefield. Cohesion of thousands of souls, this power is so strong. Qin Yang sighed. He was at the peak of the Haoyue god, possessed the immortal body, and controlled the power of the rules of annihilation, and even felt tremendous pressure, and even smelled the danger of death. There are not many who can give me a sense of crisis. Count the inheritors of the will of several generations of domain masters. You are the only one left. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at the spirits like ghosts. There are countless such spirits, flying all over the sky. Ordinary people would turn their heads and run away in fear of being frightened when they saw it. Even the powerhouses of the eternal star field may not have seen such a terrifying scene. These countless souls are slowly merging and converging, as if they are about to give birth to a new life. Ha ha ha, I can't remember how many years, I'm finally freed from the soul-splitting spirit realm. A wild laugh resounded through the Tianyin battlefield. In an instant, the entire Tianyin battlefield fell silent. For the first time on this planet, the Tianyin star area and the Tianyin battlefield are so peaceful. Except for that laugh, of course. Splitting soul-spirit realm? Qin Yang raised his brows. Shouldn't this be soul-splitting crystal? A world created by cracking soul crystal? Just to trap this monster? What the strong man hadn't finished saying before, finally stopped at the word cracking soul. Even the ancient strong man is so afraid. This guy obviously shouldn't be the existence that should exist in the eternal starfield today. Boy, did you release me? 10,000 souls condensed into a figure, the image of a middle-aged man, wearing a black cloak. Upon closer inspection, even Qin Yang frowned frequently. On the black cloak, there were countless grimaces screaming ferociously. It turned out to be a cloak condensed with 10,000 souls. What? Are you too scared to speak because of my supreme majesty? The figure laughed softly. That's not true, I'm just curious, are you a monster or not? Qin Yang said casually. With a relaxed face, he chatted like an ordinary person. Such a demeanor surprised the man. Do you know who I am? Qin Yang picked his ears and said, I'm tired of hearing this. Why does everyone think I should recognize him? Just like I should recognize you? That's right, I have been sealed for such a long time, there is no one in this star field who still remembers me. Even Ken is just a puppet without will, and I am afraid that he has forgotten who I am. The man said to himself, I am the Tianyin demon, and to the eternal starfield, I am a god outside the domain. I will fight against the will of the domain master of this starfield, and I will seal me at the expense of myself, and even the entire eternal starfield. The starfield is downgraded to restrict me, so that I can never escape. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. The regression of the eternal starfield happened naturally. It was because of the battle of the ancient starfield, and he was not completely harmless. This Tianyin demon can be narcissistic. You can break the seal. Obviously, you are also the top powerhouse in this star field, and you can cultivate the power of powerful rules. Taiyang Yinmo looked at Qin Yang quietly, and said, I have taken a fancy to you, and I want to train you to be my master, right-hand man. Not interested. Qin Yang was a little bored. Since I see the sun again, I shall become the master of the eternal starfield. You follow me, the eternal starfield, and you are under me alone. Taiyang Yinmo said. Qin Yang shook his head quietly, you want to take me in as a subordinate? I'm afraid you are not qualified. Ha ha ha. How arrogant. It seems that I want to let you know what kind of existence you are facing. After Tianyin Ma finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and slapped it. In a palm print, there seemed to be thousands of fierce ghosts, each of which was howling and roaring, and was instantly shaken into dust for a radius of thousands of miles. All buildings are reduced to fly ash. Several strong men fled with heavy injuries, and even Qin tried his best to resist in the distant void. Hum. The roar of the avenue resounded, and a jet-black halo spread around Qin Yang's body. The indestructible divine body is even more radiant. You are the first one who can directly make me exert my full strength. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he also slapped it with a palm. The world is in action, all phenomena, the palm of the gods, destroy the common people. Under the power of the annihilation rule, the opponent's roar of thousand souls disappeared instantly. The two big palm prints collided in the void, and Qin Yang was shocked. Qin Yang's god-punishing palm, condensed by the power of annihilating the rules, was directly smashed to pieces. But immediately, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Because of the opponent's palm, the broken pieces are cleaner, not even dross left. How is it possible? Tianyin Ma's whole body trembled, and the countless grimaces on Xuanhuan's cloak also showed ferocious expressions. Tianyin Ma looked at Qin Yang carefully, and said in his heart, "Is there such a strong person in this star field? This palm of mine is a full blow. Can break the seal of the soul world, this person must not be underestimated, let alone let people know that I have been sealed for such a long time, it is too embarrassing. Therefore, I will kill this kid, but..." Qin Yang was also looking at the Tianyin demon, and muttered in his heart, "The Tianyin star area, the magic sound is loud, and the spiritual realm will also be affected. The root of everything lies in this Tianyin battlefield. And this Tianyin demon is the source of the rules of sound in this Tianyin battlefield. From this point of view, the Tianyin battlefield is the core of the Tianyin star region, and the soul-cracking spirit world is the star region spirit of the Tianyin star region." Rhyme. This Tianyin demon came out of the soul-splitting spirit realm, and all the power in it is part of him. Doesn't this mean that this guy has already controlled the aura of the star area? Thinking of this, Qin Yang paid more attention to it. In his cognition, controlling the aura of a star area is the super-spiritual realm. As for myself, after the aura of the star area in the chaotic stone star area is wiped out, I can also be promoted to the super-spiritual realm. And this guy? Could it be that the super-spiritual realm failed? Qin Yang shook his head secretly. No, if it was in the super-spiritual realm, the palm just now wouldn't be so weak. Why does this guy's power of rules and supernatural powers restrain me so much? My Tianyin rules are beyond ordinary. The eyes of Tianyin Mo showed fear. I have just regained my freedom, and my power is not yet full. Absorb and return, now I want to fight. I may not be the opponent of this kid. I've tried my best just now, and I was only able to compete with the opponent. I don't know how much strength this Tianyin demon has used. Qin Yang Min pursed his lips. It may not be possible to kill the Tianyin demon in half a day, and what if the other party is really in the super-spiritual realm? I kindly gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. If you want to submit to me again in the future, don't blame me for not giving you a second chance. Tianyin Mo said. Oh, is that so? Qin Yang said quietly, there is more than one Qin inheritor of the domain master's will. As far as I know, there are two more. I think you should subdue them and not directly become the eternal star. Is the master of the domain? There are two more? Tianyin Mo was stunned, and said contemptuously, it's useless to subdue more puppets like this. Chan probably lost his will, and so did he. However, there is still a Yao in this eternal star field. Qin Yang said. He has self-awareness? Have. The air fell silent. Tianyin Mo's face was cloudy and uncertain. Qin Yang judged from his expression that this Tianyin demon also knew how powerful the inheritor of the domain master's will was. Where is he? Tianyin Mo asked. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I won't tell you. Telling you will only make him stronger, faster, and stronger. After finishing speaking, Qin Yang added another sentence, saying, besides, I really don't know where he is now. As Qin Yang spoke, he suddenly laughed and said, I forgot, you can't leave the Tianyin battlefield. Can't do without the Tianyin battlefield? Tianyinmo himself was puzzled, why? Because you have integrated the aura of this star area. As long as the Tianyin star area is still there, this is your eternal cage. Qin Yang said based on the experience of the launcher star area. Tianyinmo had a strange expression on his face. That's why you're not afraid of me? Do you think I can't do anything in this Tianyin battlefield? Yes, that's what I think. Qin Yang nodded. He stared closely at Tianyinmo. The Tianyin demon laughed loudly, and said, it seems that you people in the Eternal Star region are too naive. Anyway, I will let you go. If we meet outside the Tianyin Star region. You really haven't recovered your full strength. Qin Yang said suddenly. Tianyinmo's eyes tightened. Qin Yang snorted softly, and said, perhaps part of your body is the Tianyin demon, but you have also fused with the spirits of powerful men who have fallen on the Tianyin battlefield for countless years, and you have their memories. That is to say, your thinking will not stay in the ancient times, but will always keep pace with the times. Qin Yang said, such a powerful existence will naturally destroy everything. You just had the intention to kill me, but you just swung your palm and stopped. You are not testing me, you really want to kill me. But now, you want to let me go. It's very unreasonable. Qin Yang said. So. Qin Yang chuckled softly, you must have more important things to do now, or you can't kill me at all. Based on these, you can judge all kinds of things. I really underestimated you. Tianyinmo's face turned cold, and said, I don't believe it, you can guess it with only these clues. Could it be that I have revealed something? What flaw? Qin Yang smiled lightly and said, now you have confirmed it for me. Bastard! How dare you lie to me? Tianyin trembled demonically and roared angrily, in front of me, you are the first one who dares to be so presumptuous. If you don't let you die here today. Tianyinmo condensed all souls and was about to attack. Qin Yang suddenly waved his hand and said, stop it, I don't want to fight you, because I have a lot of things to do. Tianyinmo was stunned. Qin Yang smiled and said, I'm not from the Eternal Starfield either. Tianyinmo Rant's eyes widened, looked Qin Yang up and down, laughed loudly, and said, so we are the same person. If this is the case, don't we have to join hands even more? I'm not interested in controlling or destroying the Eternal Starfield. Qin Yang shook his head again. No one can reject me twice. Tianyinmo said harshly. The premise is that you have the ability that I can't refuse. Qin Yang took a deep look at Tianyinmo, then turned and left. His face was flat. Since it's not in the super-spiritual realm, then don't care. Just like the ordinary high-ranking Haiyue gods can see it. You smart guy, just wait. Tianyinmo looked at Qin Yang's leaving back and growled in a low voice, I will let you see my true strength. After finishing speaking, looking at the cracking soul spirit world below, the figure went back directly. At the gap that was cut off by Qin Yang, there were no ghosts or spirits escaping. Instead, the laws of heaven and earth gathered crazily and squeezed into a vortex. On the Tianyin battlefield, a terrifying storm of rules blew up. This guy, how many treasures have been destroyed with one palm? Qin Yang sighed, and said to himself, fortunately, I already have everything I need. On the way back, Qin Yang saw the shadows of some warships, and there were quite a few of them. Strange, the Tianyin family's drill has already started? Qin Yang frowned in confusion. I don't bother to pay attention to these battleships, one step away is a million feet away. Not long after, Qin Yang returned to the Fortress of War. After learning that the people from the Liang family had arrived, I realized that the warship I saw earlier belonged to the Liang family. Is there any adventure in this Tianyin battlefield? The director of the 4th Department is also very curious. They didn't understand that Qin Yang found the super spirit bone so quickly, and even found the soul-splitting crystal and the lava spirit crystal. Even the big shots in their circle don't have these precious things. Fortunate encounters, it's everywhere. Qin Yang said. The eyes of the students in the Tianjiao class glowed. It can be turned even if the flags and drums die down. Yan Liaoshan clenched his fists and said, "One day, I will be able to come and go freely like a teacher in this dangerous place." Then you have to practice hard. Qin Yang said encouragingly. Going to a practice room, Qin Yang first refined the medicine that could be refined. Not long after, he came out with a few bottles. Body of Raging Flames, Yan Liaoshan. The Body of the Split Soul, Mu Puppet. The Body of the God Bone, Yu Chongqing. Qin Yang called the names of several students and distributed the medicine to them. This is a divine potion that can change your physique and make your physique transform again. I have controlled the properties of the medicine. It will not let you explode and die, but your strength will also increase rapidly. The directors of the 4 departments came together, and even Luan looked at the bottles of medicine curiously. All the students naturally gathered around. It's only been a few days, and Qin Yang has already made the potion? Refining medicine, so simple answer? Among them, Director Su, the director of pharmacy, sniffed his nose, and his face changed drastically. In consultation with the other 3 directors. With a questioning look in his eyes, he nodded solemnly. The other 3 directors also gasped. Even the director of pharmacy only has some impressions in his memory, and he can't even remember which ancient book he saw in the incomplete formula of the medicine, which was refined by Qin Yang in such a short time. It can even control the potency of the medicine. Physical transformation, cultivation level promotion? Yan Liaoshan looked at the potion suspiciously, and said, "Mr. Qin, you are not deliberately fooling us, are you? Just get some potions, let us strengthen our self-confidence, let us believe, can I be promoted quickly? This kind of cultivation method is not clever." Qin Yang blinked his eyes, he didn't understand, and said, "There's so much nonsense, just drink it." Yan Liaoshan snorted, turned his head away, and said, "It seems that whether I drink this potion or not, I still have to rely on myself for my strength and cultivation. Do you suspect that teacher Qin Yang didn't refine that divine potion?" A student asked weakly. Yan Liaoshan said, "Does this need to be said? The director of pharmacy of our Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy is here. Look at his expression." All the students looked over. Director Su's face was heavy, and he was a little absent-minded. "Ah? What?" Director Su was communicating with the bigwigs, who came from the circle, and he was almost fascinated by the sound transmission. Yan Liaoshan continued, "Time is running out. If you want to use this method of psychological suggestion to help us cultivate and let us fully display the talent of our special physique, I think it's better to forget it. If you have this time, why don't you continue to simulate it? Training in the training room, for 3 months, but there are only 2 more months left. Not much time?" Qin Yang frowned, and said, "It's because I don't have much time that I'm going to refine this kind of divine potion for you, and I wish you all the promotion to the Haoyue divine spiritual realm." "What? Direct promotion? Didn't you use this method to lie to us, make us believe, and speed up your cultivation?" Yan Liaoshan asked in surprise. The other students were also curious. "What's going on in your head?" Qin Yang was speechless. Director Su of pharmacy at the side stroked his beard and said, "If it's really this kind of divine potion, it's normal to be promoted directly. Because, this kind of potion itself is a quick way. A quick way, there shouldn't be any sequelae, right?" Let's make no progress in our future cultivation? Yan Liaoshan said. Qin Yang's face darkened, and he punched him. It hurts. Yan Liaoshan cried out in pain, why did you hit me? Just because I'm your teacher. Qin Yang said angrily, I always thought you were a grumpy thorn, but I didn't expect you to have so many messy thoughts in your mind. This god potion does have sequelae, and it does, as you said, there will be no progress in cultivation in the future. It is even more serious. After drinking it, you will gain great strength, and instead of increasing your lifespan, it will shrink sharply. The faces of the students all turned pale with fright. Qin Yang said with a smile, of course, there is one exception. That is the special constitution. Director Su of Pharmacy was also listening attentively, even more attentively than the students in the Tianjiao class. If people in the academy knew about it, they would even think that Qin Yang was also Director Su's teacher. Why is there an exception? Director Su asked. Because of the special constitution, there is a foundation. If this potion is drunk by other practitioners, it will forcibly change the foundation. If the foundation is not stable, there will naturally be many troubles. I'm afraid this is also the reason why the spirit potion has been lost. Qin Yang said. Director Su looked stunned, and at this moment, a cry for help came from afar. Old man Su, how dare you harm me? In War Star City, a meteorite cannon automatically locks on the unknown visitor and attacks directly. The distressed voice roared again and again, Old man Su, I won't let you go. Director Su's face changed wildly, and he said urgently, it's broken. Qin Yang looked at this scene suspiciously, what's going on? Lu Mingyu stuck out her tongue embarrassingly, and explained, before I was surrounded by people from the Liang family. In order to avoid this situation, I ordered an automatic attack. With black lines all over Qin Yang's face, he said, let's get rid of it. Luan hurriedly followed suit. Under Director Su's repeated apologies, an old man flew into the war fortress in disgrace. When I saw Director Su, I rolled up my sleeves, and there was a tendency to do a big job. But halfway through, he was attracted by the bottles of medicine in Qin Yang's hands, and his eyes almost popped out. Lava spirit crystal liquid, a medicine made from it? What kind of evil potion is this made from bones? And this, such a strong power of the soul. When the old man came, he was not at all interested in the formation of the war. This condensed the essence of the strongest discipline in the eternal star field, but he didn't even get him to take a look at it. But now, all he could see was the potion in Qin Yang's hand. He stretched out his hand to grab it, but Qin Yang dodged it directly. Catch again, hide again. Only then did the old man come back to his senses, looked at Qin Yang, and said, You are a legendary mercenary? No, the legendary Terminator, Qin Yang? Your strength is really good. The previous strikes seemed weak, but they used all their strength, but Qin Yang easily dodged them. To be able to possess the cultivation base of a high-ranking Haoyue god at this age, and to be famous in the eternal starfield, is also well-deserved. Director Su introduced everything Qin Yang said before. The old man nodded and said, That's right, this is indeed the reason why the spirit potion was lost. Because it's unnecessary. This old man is obviously also a bigwig in the pharmacy circle, and knows more than Director Su. The old man continued to speak, and said, Ordinary cultivators will die soon after drinking this kind of magic medicine. It will last only 100 years. For a strong person in the spiritual realm, 100 years is too little. And the owner of the special physique is already extremely talented. As long as the cultivation method does not make any major mistakes, it is only a matter of time before he is promoted to the Haoyue god. Therefore, this kind of god medicine can only be used as a trump card for emergencies, or to cultivate death. Scholar. The old man shook his head and said, However, this kind of divine potion is extremely difficult to refine, and the success rate is not high, and it will bite back if it fails. Moreover, the magical potion it needs is extremely precious, and it may not be possible for the 5 super-spiritual families to refine it. Affordable. The students listened and were taught one after another. On the contrary, Qin Yang felt unbalanced. Just come to an old man to say a few words, and you basically said it yourself. With this humbly taught expression, you have said so much yourself, and you still don't take yourself seriously. Qin Yang immediately became unhappy, and said to Yin Liaoshan, "Drink it." Yin Liaoshan didn't want Qin Yang's order at this time, he wished he could grab it and drink it directly. Etc. Ton. Yin Liaoshan drank it all in one gulp, but was almost snatched by the old man's yell, "What? What's wrong?" Yin Liaoshan's face turned green, and his stomach twitched. This potion of the gods is extremely powerful. You are only a god emperor, how can you bear it? I controlled the effect of the medicine. Qin Yang said. You? You made this potion? The old man's eyes widened. If not? Isn't it the inventory in this War Star City? The treasure of the Super Spirit family? Or, there is a detailed formula in this War Star City, which was refined by Old Man Su, the old man said again and again. Director Su waved his hands again and again, saying, "It is indeed made by Qin Yang." The other bottles of potions were also made by Qin Yang. Director Su added. The old man's face froze, and he looked at Director Su. Director Su nodded. The old man took a breath and sighed. Could it be that the science of pharmacy has changed? The conditions for refining this kind of spirit medicine are extremely harsh. As far as a practitioner is concerned, at most 2 kinds of spirit medicine can be refined. If there are too many, it will be backlashed. Looking at Qin Yang complicatedly, the old man said, "I'm old, I can't accept it. This, senior. Don't dare. Just call me Li Yaosher." The old man waved his hands repeatedly. The heads of the 4 departments, especially Director Su, were shocked when they heard this. Not many people in the entire Eternal Starfield dare to call this name. And the full nickname should be Li Yaoshan. But in front of Qin Yang, he actually called himself Li Yaosher. This was his name before he became famous. I asked Director Su to invite you to come. I heard that I want to refine medicine, but the magic medicine is not enough. Qin Yang nodded and said, "I don't know if I can. As long as I have it, I can give it to you." Li Yaosher said, "However, I want to see how you make medicine." No problem. While the two were talking, Yin Liaoshan was already burning. Staying here is too wasteful, send him into the power room. Qin Yang said. Everyone was taken aback, and Luan's face twitched even more. Power room, this. A waste of money, why did you give him this divine potion? Although it fits his physique very well and can transform his special physique again, but shouldn't such a precious magic medicine be shared in the circle and communicate more? Pharmacist Li couldn't figure it out. No way, they will compete with seniors in more than 2 months, and they will definitely win at that time, but I don't know if there will be stronger seniors, so it will be done once and for all. Qin Yang said. You. Li Yaosher's foot slipped and he almost collapsed. Don't tell me that you gave him this godly potion just to make him win the competition. That's right. Qin Yang nodded and said, what else? I'm free? The corner of Li Yaosher's mouth trembled. What kind of evil is this Qin Yang? Do you really want to send it to the power room? Luan was a little uneasy. That's right, he's wasting too much power now. Throwing it into the power room can provide some resources for the Star City. Qin Yang said. This devil. The same sentence suddenly rose in everyone's mind. So, Yin Liaoshan, who was still digesting the medicine with his eyes closed, was sent into the power room by Luan to provide some spark-like energy for Star City. When Mugue and Yu Chongqing saw each other, they couldn't help but backed away again and again. Not everyone can go to the power room, there is extremely high temperature, and the surroundings are full of solar liquid flames. Don't worry, you two don't need it, Qin Yang said. Mugue and Yu Chongqing looked at each other and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Don't tell me, the few bottles you have left are all for the students, and they are all for the petty fights between the students after more than 2 months. Li Yaoshi's voice trembled slightly. Yes, what else? Am I free? Qin Yang rolled his eyes. Pharmacist Li stretched out his hand far away, wanting to stop this shocking tragedy in the pharmacy circle from happening, but he knew that his own strength was not enough in front of Qin Yang. You can't do this. Li Yaoshi was about to cry. An old man with gray beard and hair, who has been so hurriedly turned into this. It is unbearable to see. This kind of thing, as many as you want, as long as the material is enough. Qin Yang said. Pharmacist Li's eyes lit up, and he said, Really? Qin Yang nodded. Smiling secretly in his heart, it seems that those who devote themselves to studying various subjects are very simple. In this way, these people are afraid that they will provide free magic medicine and spiritual materials for them to refine for their students. However, what kind of bone is that? I only feel the powerful power bone system rules. Pharmacist Li didn't know what that bone was, but he did know that it must be extremely special. Super spiritual bones, the bones of those who are strong in the super spiritual realm. Qin Yang said, it is not easy for a student who wants to raise the realm of the God Emperor to Haoyue a god directly. No amount of ordinary bones is useless. Hiss. Super spirit bone? Super spirit bone. Li Yaoshi's eyes darkened, and he almost fainted from anger. The bone of a strong man in the super spiritual realm? This kind of thing is simply a priceless treasure. Li Yaoshi looked at Qin Yang resentfully, and said, this kind of priceless treasure is not only useful for refining medicine, if those old guys who refine it find out. Pharmacist Li laughed. The director of the artifact refining school chapter on the side nodded repeatedly. Qin Yang disagreed. Where did you get this kind of treasure? If I give you this kind of treasure, can you refine another bottle? Let me watch. Li Yaoshi asked nervously. This kind of refining medicine is all secret. Keep it secret. Pharmacist Li was also a little embarrassed, knowing that his request was a little too much. Qin Yang said, of course you can. Any one of you can watch it if you want. If you want to learn, you can too. Really? Li Yaoshi became excited, and said, tell me, where did you get this treasure? I'll look for it, and see if there is any more. Qin Yang turned his head and looked at the Tianyin battlefield. The surroundings of this star city are filled with terrifying rules of sound, but now it has calmed down and shrunk a lot. Tianyin battlefield? Li Yaoshi had a headache and said, I knew you wouldn't come to any good place. If it was here. Pharmacist Li gritted his teeth, showing the tendency to risk his life. Wait. Qin Yang waved his hand to stop him. Pharmacist Li is too anxious. What? Are you back on your word? It doesn't matter, you can put forward any conditions, and I can agree to you. Li Yaoshi said. Qin Yang shook his head and said, that's not what I mean, it's just that it's better not to go to Tianyin battlefield for now. Why? In the Tianyin battlefield, there is a powerful monster that condenses thousands of souls. It looks like a demon but not a demon. Qin Yang said. What a mess, what kind of monster is it? Isn't it just the rules of sound? Li Yaoshi was confused. Qin Yang could only say directly, all the rules of sound come from him, Tianyin demon. What? Isn't he in the super spiritual realm? Everyone's eyes widened. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "It stands to reason, but it may not be. In short, it's different. I'm too afraid. After all, this eternal starfield has not been out of the super-spiritual realm. Even if there is a super-spiritual realm, the cultivation base will be suppressed in the spirit realm. That's different. Even if it's a half-step super-spirit, it's not comparable to ordinary gods and spirits." Li Yaoshu's face became serious, and said, "It seems that this is not easy. If this monster is allowed to run out, I am afraid that it will be destroyed. Destroyed the entire eternal star field. I'm going to spread this matter now. This is a major event that concerns the entire eternal star region. If you don't want all the star regions in the eternal star region to fall into the terrifying environment of the Tianyin star region, you can only work together to destroy it," Li Yaoshu said, and began to send a message. Qin Yang didn't even have time to stop it. "The Tianyin family has already organized an exercise, and I think we will meet the Tianyin demon. With them here, we shouldn't bother others anymore," Qin Yang said. Having said that, I felt in my heart that Tianyin demon would win. Moreover, Qin Yang, I always feel that Tianyin Ma doesn't seem to be restricted by the star area, but I'm not sure. Qin Yang handed the last bottle of magic medicine to Mugue, who had been staring at him. Mugue couldn't help but drank it quickly and practiced on the spot. Practicing here is much safer than in the training room. Once there is a problem, teacher Qin Yang will naturally solve it for him. Suddenly, a voice came from above everyone's heads. An old man sat on a strangely shaped magic weapon and landed slowly. In this eternal star field, most of the magic weapons on the way are battleships, and strange magic weapons like this kind of knives and guns, with discs, are not common. "Old Zhang, for your sake, I'm here," the old man said in his mouth, but he didn't even look at the director of the refining school. As soon as he landed, he lay down on the ground and looked at the war fortress. "You can see the real chapter in the subtleties. There are 3 traces on the floor here," the old man said. Li Yaoshu said beside him, "Old Huolian, just met, you should be so generous, isn't it good?" The old ghost Huolian didn't care. It could even be said that he was too lazy to answer. He looked carefully, and reached out to fumble. It's like touching a beauty gently. He's like this, he can't walk when he encounters a subtle magic weapon, and he doesn't care about his appearance. Li Yaoshu explained from the side, although he is called Huolian Lao Gue, everyone who knows him calls him Hugue. Qin Yang couldn't help laughing. "Fire turtle? Isn't that a fight with fire dog?" Looking at the old man's appearance, Qin Yang asked, curiously, "What's so interesting?" "What 3 traces?" The old man Hugue said casually, "The 3 traces I'm talking about are 3 kinds of refining techniques, or it was made by 3 people. This floor, one of them, is old and inadvertently exquisite, but it is also extraordinary. The second method is the latest and concise method, with mediocre means and barely enough. The key point is this third way, I can't even see through the technique. Moreover, it is almost exactly the same as the first way, it is perfectly integrated into one, and it can't even be easily distinguished." The old man tortoise finally raised his head and asked, "I want to know, who made it here?" Qin Yang frowned and said, "It's either me or him." As he spoke, he pouted at Luan. Luan was blushing right now. Needless to say, both he and Qin Yang had repaired this floor, and the so-called second floor was barely doable, so it was him, no need to ask. One after another cheers sounded, and a big guy in the circle arrived. The war fortress suddenly became lively. Qin Yang's eyes also brightened. "These are all treasure mountains. The things on her body are treasures that money can't buy." In the fortress of war, a strong man came through the air, and as soon as he landed, they all chatted with old friends. Some are famous in the starfield, while others are unknown, and the world doesn't even know about them at all. However, each of them is a top figure in their respective circles. If this group of people can be brought together, the overall strength of the eternal starfield may be set back hundreds of years. Qin Yang put away his rambling thoughts. Boy, are you the one who repaired the Tianyangxing city? War fortress? The old man Huigui grabbed Qin Yang's arm and pulled him directly to the floor. How did you do it? Where did you learn the art of refining? The old man Fire Turtle asked again and again. All the bosses also looked over curiously. The tortoise old man is very proud. No, it should be said that he is relatively withdrawn. He will take care of those who can rank in the top 10 in their respective fields. But now, he is pulling Qin Yang, and behaves intimately, like a family. This method is not very clever. Qin Yang said. What did you say? The old man Huigui became angry immediately, and said, I have been studying the ancient art of refining for nearly 100 years, and you say that it is not very clever? The current refining methods, even if there are materials, cannot make such a thing. War Star City, this is not smart. What is smart? Qin Yang explained, after all, this is an outdated method. I only use this kind of refining method to take care of the whole body. And this method, the utilization efficiency of spiritual materials is not high, and it is not fully utilized, wasting a lot. Looking around, Qin Yang continued, if the current refining method is used, the overall spiritual material can be reduced by 1/3, but whether it is used to start a war or to live and protect itself, it is twice as good as this. No shame. I have studied for nearly 100 years, but I have not come to such a conclusion. According to what you mean, if you are given enough spiritual materials, you can recreate a war fortress, which consumes less spiritual materials and is more effective. Okay? The old man Huigui said in disbelief. All the bigwigs are also interested. It's not like no one has tried to build a war fortress. There are people in their circle who have done it before. But after exhausting the family wealth, there is only a pile of broken copper and rotten iron. In terms of the utilization rate of spiritual materials, it is not even as good as ordinary warships. Therefore, after that incident, many bigwigs lost their fortunes and became paupers. He had to show his face and refine weapons and medicines for others. Among them, this old man is included. But now, Qin Yang actually said that he can build a war fortress himself, and he can completely beat the current one. Hearing the materials, Qin Yang's eyes lit up immediately, and he said, of course. If you don't believe me, get all the materials for me, and I'll refine them for you to see. As soon as the words fell, all the bosses fell silent, looking at Qin Yang strangely. Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, over. I'm too impatient, is this exposed? Luan on the side pouted again and again, his intention was too obvious. I may not be able to come up with so many spiritual materials now. The old man Huigui said with some difficulty, I have thought about and done it, but failed. You also know that this is a war fortress, not an ordinary battleship. Qin Yang was dumbfounded. This old guy actually planned to provide him with spiritual materials? Although I am a medicine maker, I can provide some. Pharmacist Li said from the side, however, my family is not very rich. A famous person chatted one after another, and there was a tendency to piece together spiritual materials on the spot. Qin Yang hurriedly stopped and said, I just said it casually, you big brothers must not take it seriously. What a joke. If you really want to gather spiritual materials for Qin Yang, when will such a big war fortress be built? Even with 100 illusion clone, it won't work if you die from exhaustion 10 times. No, the old man Huigui said seriously, you can see your skill in refining weapons from the repaired floor here. In fact, you are indeed qualified to say that the technique of refining weapons in this war fortress is not good, because it is repaired, and it perfectly connects the ancient art of refining with the modern method of refining, making it easier for people to repair it later. This kind of method has to be accepted. You can know the whole leopard at a glance. The ancient weapon refining method is brilliant, but your weapon refining technique is even better. The old man Huigui said. All the bosses were in an uproar. There were not many craftsmen who could be recognized by the old man Huigui, but now, he praised Qin Yang so much. Such a war fortress is like a star city. The spiritual materials needed in it may not be enough even if the resources of the entire eternal star field are collected. This kind of thing, I will not talk about it. It is time-consuming and laborious, and it is meaningless. Qin Yang continued to wave his hands. How can it be meaningless? The old man Huigui suddenly became displeased, and began to preach like a cannonball. What is for the future of the eternal starfield, and for the proof of contemporary major disciplines? Qin Yang's brain exploded when he heard it. What's even more exaggerated is that other big bosses also gathered together, surrounded Qin Yang in a hurry, preaching. The big ones can't be built, but the small ones can? The old man Huigui looked at Qin Yang and said, this war fortress is too huge, and it is impossible to use the war fortress for everything. If there are a few small fortresses, they can be used as satellites. Surrounding this war star city. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of this? For example, in the middle of a war, if you want to go to a place not too far away to perform a mission, deploying a warship would be too much of a stretch if there were such a small war fortress. Also, this war star city has its own hub of the sky road in the star area, and these satellites can quickly return to the main star. A group of bigwigs opened up the chatter box, and they all analyzed clearly and logically in various situations. Qin Yang benefited a lot from hearing this. That's it. The old man Huigui suddenly said loudly, let Qin Yang build some small satellites, and this battle fortress is the main star. Qin Yang twitched his face and asked, are you also interested in Starfield contest? No, we are only interested in this cutting-edge technology. The old fire turtle said. Qin Yang nodded, and said, I can help, but, at most, I will tell you the method, and you can build it yourself. As soon as the words were spoken, the audience suddenly fell silent. Qin Yang continued, it's not that I don't want to do it, I don't want to do this drudgery. In fact, I'm still a teacher, and I still want to teach my students. The old man Huigui and the others looked at each other, and the depths of their eyes were filled with excitement. In fact, it is not difficult to build this kind of satellite. Just like repairing the floor, you don't need to study the details, but look at it as a whole. The method of refining weapons in ancient times is from top to bottom, and the details are too detailed. Roughness, almost perfunctory, caused such a waste. Of course, it also caused great difficulty in studying this method of refining. Qin Yang opened his mouth slowly, and the old man Huigui suddenly realized. About these details, you just need to know what it is used for and why it serves. To study, also study its main parts, such as power chamber, energy conversion, transmission, etc. Qin Yang began to speak eloquently, walking slowly in the war fortress, and all the big shots were like tourists, listening to Qin Yang's explanation. The heads of the 4 departments faced each other in a daze, while the students were all excited and excited. Their teacher Qin Yang is actually teaching such a group of big shots? You said you're going to demolish this Tianyang Bun and expose the energy core of the power room? The tortoise old man pointed to the Tianyang Star City that had been demolished in half. It has to be said that Luan's work efficiency is really too low. Qin Yang nodded, and said, that's right, the lighting effect of this war fortress consumes too much energy. Looking at it another way, the solar liquid flame in the power room already has a lighting effect. You only need to install some covers. Rotating according to the law will have the effect of changing day and night. This way, it looks real, like living in a real star city, and it will save a lot of energy. The old man Huigui's eyes brightened, and the other bosses also nodded repeatedly. It turns out that what they have been studying has been wrong from the beginning. They only thought about how to copy the Star City, but they didn't think about the principle at all, and they didn't dare to think about changing anything. Take this part as an example, Qin Yang continued, isn't it difficult to transform it? The old man Huigui exchanged a few words with several master craftsmen, and they all nodded. It's not very difficult. The old man Huigui said, but there is no way to start. Another master craftsman said, yes, this will affect the whole body. Maybe it will disrupt the entire formation and rune system. Qin Yang said, then the problem is simple, as long as these formations and rune systems are solved, and their principles are corresponding to the actual situation, isn't it enough? All the bosses were shocked when they heard this. Qin Yang concluded, first figure out the function of each place, and then conduct targeted research. Little by little, is it difficult to build this Star City? What is difficult is the spiritual material. All the bosses fell silent. Hearing what Qin Yang said, they felt it was easy. Even if you can't study the ancient crafting techniques, formations, and runes, once you know the functions, you can use your own knowledge to realize them. Sticking to the exact sameness will only get twice the result with half the effort. Qin Yang said. The tortoise took a deep breath, cupped its hands, and said, I've been taught. Although the big bosses were embarrassed to say so, they also bowed their hands. Qin Yang hurriedly bowed his hand to return the gift, and said with a smile, it's just some humble opinion, I'm laughing at it. In fact, the main reason is that you don't have the opportunity to go to this Star City, and you don't have the opportunity to study it carefully. The old man tortoise said directly, then can we stay here? Li Yaoshi said from the side, nowadays, the star field is in chaos, and there is no peace everywhere. We are used to wandering clouds and wild cranes, but now we can't find a good place to gather. How about this, you allocate a place for us to use as a market, we old people live here, and it is convenient to communicate with each other on weekdays. The director of the 4th department was immediately excited when he heard this, and gave Qin Yang winks again and again. Qin Yang said worriedly, you may not be clear about my situation. Although I have not clearly opposed anyone, it is obvious that all parties regard me as the #1 enemy. Living in my war fortress, I am afraid it will affect everyone's study. It's not so easy to break through such a fortress. It's because we took advantage of it. We are all neutral. It doesn't matter how you fight with other forces. We won't intervene. After Li Yaoshi finished speaking, he changed his voice and continued, of course, we will not rely on the old to sell the old and live for free. If the defense of this war fortress is breached, we will naturally come forward. The old man Huigui nodded and added, yes, we won't help you fight against the enemy, but if we live here, this is our temporary home. We protect our home, but we don't affect our neutral position. The directors of the 4 departments couldn't hold back, and even sent a voice transmission to Qin Yang, asking Qin Yang to agree quickly. All these old things are treasures. Although neutral, it is the last line of defense for this war fortress. And this line of defense is indestructible. Qin Yang was silent, and looked at these old men and old ladies with a strange expression, and there was a little disgust in the depths of his eyes. Eat and live for free, not only to live, but also to eat. The task of transforming this war fortress is too heavy, and I haven't studied and understood many places. Lu An also secretly transmitted voice from the side, saying, if they are here, these will be free labor. Great deal. Qin Yang still thought in his heart, such a bunch of old fellows live for nothing. Huigui old man, Li Yaoshi, and other big bosses also communicated through sound transmission. If you can live here, you can study it when you wake up and open your eyes in the future. Moreover, this war fortress has experienced battles, and many places have not been repaired. We can also continue to study it under the name of helping Qin Yang repair it. It is really profitable. Not to mention anything else, when we usually meet, the meeting place can also be directly set here. If there is any need, everyone is here, which is also convenient and easy to take care of. It is indeed much more convenient. More importantly, we are not ashamed to gather here in this War Star City, but we can save face. We will build some satellites in the future, and once we succeed, we will leave a name for the entire Eternal Starfield. Everyone has different ideas, it's a win-win situation. The directors of the 4 departments are also secretly communicating that if these bigwigs can live here, the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy will also be of great benefit. Maybe some old guy gets interested and gives pointers to the students in the college? They can point out the wrong way for others with their casual words. This is a fortress of war, and it won't stay somewhere forever. Just like this time, I drove from the Xinya Star area to this Tianyin Star area, and maybe I will go to some wild star areas in the future. Qin Yang said. From Qin Yang's point of view, he was too bad. Refining equipment, refining medicine, runes, formations. Let these old guys live here, if you pull yourself to study from time to time. Moreover, no one has settled in War Star City at this time. These old guys still want to be the first batch of aborigines? Are you kidding me? I still live in the Teacher's Manor of Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy. It doesn't matter, and we just happened to look around. Li Yaoshi said. The tortoise old man also nodded and said, that's right, the star field is so big, we also want to visit each star area. And we are too lazy to go there on weekdays, so don't worry about us, you can go wherever you want, it suits us mind. The other bigwigs also nodded. Qin Yang rolled his eyes. Was he a wife who refused to be euphemistic? Do you want to be more direct? It's just what you want. Everyone thought that Qin Yang was embarrassed to let these big brothers live here, for fear of inconvenience. But no one thought that Qin Yang really detested them. Okay, that's the deal. The director of the artifact refining chapter couldn't stand it any longer, so he made a decision directly. This is a win-win situation for everyone. Qin Yang also nodded, and everyone laughed happily. Only Qin Yang's face is full of depression, and I'm the one who loses. Next, more bigwigs in the circle flew here. Some of the reclusive ones couldn't hold back their airs, put down their old faces one after another, and came uninvited. After all, the original initiator was the director of the 4th Department of Tianyaxing Mercenary Academy. These 4 guys have extraordinary status in the circle. In this way, the war fortress became more and more lively. In the huge artificial star city, there were always sneaky figures in every corner, coming and going without a trace. Even in the shadow of a corner, there are probably a few old men squatting and muttering something. The entire star city seemed to be haunted. And these old things, among other things, are all Haoyue gods in strength, and they are all high-ranking Haoyue gods. Everyone is a top expert in the eternal star field. Qin Yang began to refine medicine for the students and instructed them to practice. It is not enough to have the realm of cultivation alone, and it is also necessary to keep up with it in actual combat. Those who haven't had time to refine medicine continue to practice with peace of mind. Qin Yang is busy, and these big bosses are not idle. While they are researching, they are also repairing it. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the process of restoration is the best way to study. More importantly, when encountering someone who doesn't understand, they go to the practice room and knock on the door, looking for Qin Yang. What amazed them and sighed again and again was that there was nothing Qin Yang didn't know. A group of old guys once again sighed that they made a lot of money this time. The directors of the 4th department looked at all this with a smile. Some bosses were idle and bored. While waiting for Qin Yang to help the students practice, they also gave some pointers. Li Yaoshi, the god of medicine, even prepared some foundation medicines are provided free of charge to students. In Li Yaoshi's view, this is just a way to relieve boredom, but the director of the fourth department knows that this is a real opportunity. Although the basic medicine prepared by pharmacist Li is basic, not everyone is entitled to enjoy it. Even Qin Yang admired its effect. Some students have not waited for Qin Yang to refine the medicine, their foundation is somewhat solid, and they even break through again and again. Some other bigwigs, after research, also traded what they needed with each other. Anyway, Qin Yang didn't clearly allocate a place for them, so they found a flat square and built a square city. Everything in it is based on the technology of this star city, and this square city itself is also a testing ground. A group of bigwigs traded freely in it. After the establishment of Fengshe, more bigwigs in the circle rushed over. Those who want to ask these people also come to ask questions. The Tianjin Star District was completely bustling. Some of them were the mercenary group and pirate group invited by the Tianjin family to carry out exercises, but the stronger and more ones went straight to the super square city of the war fortress. There is no need to worry about the crowds and chaos. Not everyone is qualified to come to this city. Some people who are mediocre in their respective circles don't even dare to come. If you want to come, you must get the approval of these big guys. This is the original rule for us old guys to build a square city, and it has been used until now. Li Yaoshi explained to Qin Yang, we have built a lot of temporary square cities before, because everyone doesn't like to be disturbed, so we have this rules. Unless one of us recommends it, otherwise, we are not qualified to come. Qin Yang nodded, saving himself a lot of trouble. Now, if you want to board this war fortress, the conditions are quite harsh. Either these bigwigs recommended it, or Qin Yang approved it. The latter will not be said, there are not many people who can climb up to Qin Yang, and Qin Yang has not many acquaintances. The students of the Tianjiao class have already had great luck. As for the former, it is more difficult. It would be easier to go to Qin Yang to get recommendations from these big shots in the circle. In this way, the top powerhouses and top talents of the eternal starfield will come to the plenum, and this battle fortress may be the center of the peak powerhouses in the entire eternal starfield. The director of the fourth department said again and again. Tianya Star Mercenary Academy is neutral, and Qin Yang is even more difficult to distinguish between good and evil. He does not join forces with any force, neither proclaiming himself an enemy or a friend. However, now Qin Yang probably doesn't even know how huge his power is. Because the reason why these big shots in the circle are willing to come is not only because of this war fortress, but more importantly, because of Qin Yang. Although Qin Yang's method of repairing the war fortress was rarely mentioned by the big shots in the circle, everyone knew that Qin Yang's attainments were terrifying. Moreover, it is refining, formation, and runes, all three major disciplines are proficient. The strong will only cling to stronger existences. If there is only an empty shell of a war fortress, I am afraid that these big bosses may not be able to invite them. Well, I want to buy some elixir. Qin Yang also came to Fengshe to join in the fun. However, it was discovered that several students of the Tianjiao class actually came here to work after practicing. Teacher Qin Yang, what kind of elixir do you need? Chu Xiaoxia asked, lively, bouncing over. You. Qin Yang was speechless for a while. Chu Xiaoxia was a little embarrassed and said, I want the magic weapon of a senior craftsman. The senior said, let me help look after the stall for half a month, and then give it to me. With that said, Chu Xiaoxia pointed to a row nearby. How said, this area is all in my charge. Qin Yang. Tell me what you want, and I'll pass it on. Chu Xiaoxia said again. It is said to look at the stalls, but in fact it is to spread the word. However, most of this market is like this. It is impossible for these bigwigs to sit and set up a stall here. Every stall has a spokesperson. I'm sorry. The old man Huigue hurried over. He was about to ask Qin Yang some questions, but he learned that Qin Yang had come to Fengshe. For a moment, all the bosses returned to their should-be positions. The old man Huigui rubbed his hands and said, "Your student is too addicted to cultivation, it's not good, let her come out and relax. Don't worry, I will give her the magic weapon she wants, whether she helps me or not. Look at the stalls." Qin Yang shook his head and said, "These are your affairs, don't consider my reasons. It's only natural to get paid according to your work. There is no such thing as a free pie in the sky." All the old men nodded again and again, and looked at Qin Yang with admiration. This legend Terminator has a very correct outlook. For a while, no one noticed that Qin Yang exuded an inexplicable aura with unimaginable cohesion, making people want to be by his side. "What kind of elixir do you want?" Li Yaoshe rushed over and asked. "I see that the establishment of your fengshe is very impressive, so I came to look for the elixir now." "Don't worry, I will pay for all the elixir," Qin Yang said. All the bosses laughed happily. One size fits one size, not messy, which is also their favorite style. "I have a lot of questions I want to ask you, the magic medicine and spiritual materials you need, just as." Qin Yang waved his hands and said, "Communication is communication, business is business." After flipping through the transaction, Qin Yang also opened his eyes in the supermarket. In the eyes of these bigwigs in the circle, things that are not very rare, but if they are placed in the eternal star field, they are magical things that countless strong people may not be able to obtain even if they fight for their heads. However, the price. Actually. Qin Yang scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and said, "The price is indeed fair, but our relationship." All the bosses looked at Qin Yang with smiles. "Well, a discount." "Ha ha ha." All the bosses laughed. "I didn't expect this legend Terminator to have such a cute side." Legendary Terminator, this name is so loud, I was a little scared. An old man of rune literature whispered to the old man of formation next to him, "I don't dare to ask Qin Yang for some questions, because I'm afraid he ended me too." The old man who studied formation also nodded, and said, "Me too. If it is seen by an ordinary strong person, I am afraid that I will stare out my eyes." "That's right, these two guys are legends." At this time, the two guys seemed to be thieves, meeting officers, and soldiers. These bigwigs in the circle are not only cutting-edge talents in various disciplines, but also some of them are collecting information. There is nothing that they don't know about the major events that happened in the eternal starfield. After a deal, Qin Yang ended up in debt. But instead of being dissatisfied, these bosses were as happy as children. It is better for them to let Qin Yang owe favors than to receive real money. "Since we want to settle here, fengshe is also fixed here, you can see if it can be rented." Li Yaoshe asked Qin Yang what he meant. Qin Yang thought about it. Pharmacist Li continued, "I discussed with the 4 directors of Tianya Star before, and they agreed, but let us ask for your opinion again." The director of the 4th department happened to be next to him. Qin Yang said, "These planning issues, you can figure it out yourself. Don't ask me." Li Yaoshe and the other big bosses all relaxed. This meant that Qin Yang trusted them, which made them very grateful. Others didn't know, but after researching these days, they discovered more and more how powerful and terrifying Qin Yang was. In front of Qin Yang, they really couldn't afford to put on airs, and they didn't dare to put on airs. Qin Yang was also a little surprised that he got on the right track so quickly, and the starting point was so high. The quality of the first batch of Aborigines can be said to be as strong as they want to be. Everyone here has extraordinary vision, and the planning and construction of things is extraordinary once they make a move. Qin Yang finally found out that these old guys are here to help. Boom! A loud bang came from the endless void. Immediately afterwards, it seemed that a war had started. The Tianjin battlefield has begun. The exercise has started? The ambush of the Liang family worked? A group of bigwigs chatted in a hurry. Qin Yang was even more taken aback. These guys seem to be talking all day long, but they still know so much about the outside world? Even the Liang family knew about the ambush in Tianjin battlefield? A group of bigwigs looked at each other. Apart from delving into their respective disciplines, they were also very gossip about the excitement. They had everything an old man and an old lady should have. It's just embarrassing to let Qin Yang drive the war fortress to go. But at this moment, Qin Yang asked, I want to go and see the excitement. For a moment, everyone laughed. We are also planning to go there. With this war fortress, we have a VIP seat. Ha ha. The fortress of war slowly flew towards the Tianjin battlefield, and the chaotic rules surrounding the Tianjin battlefield had disappeared. It is said that a powerful existence is being suppressed here. A big man thoughtfully asked, will this battle disturb that powerful existence? Who knows? That powerful existence was suppressed in the ancient times. In this Tianjin battlefield, there are many ancient existences, but their strength is suppressed by the Haoyue gods. This eternal star field cannot accommodate the super-spiritual realm. It seems to have been heard from someone who has done research. That terrifying existence has been dormant, devouring the surrounding forces and trying to break free from suppression. The rules of sound in the Tianjin battlefield and even the entire Tianjin star area are all because of him. Now this violent sound, the calm down of the rules, is definitely the work of that powerful existence. Maybe he has escaped the suppression at this time. A famous boss communicated with each other, which made Qin Yang look at each other with admiration again. You guys actually know the Tianjin demon? Qin Yang said in surprise. On this Tianjin battlefield, few people can get out alive. Most of those who survived have become Yin slaves and are controlled by the Tianjin demon. The news from you is very good. It's not easy. Such a sentence shocked all the bosses. Qin Yang actually knew more than they did? He actually knew that existence was called Tianjin demon. It's just that they didn't know that the Tianjin demon was released by Qin Yang. The advance speed of the war fortress is very fast, and the hub with its own sky road in the star area, even if it goes to a place without a sky road, the speed is not slow. Tianjin battlefield, this star city that is waging war, seems to be more than two parties fighting, and it is in chaos. All kinds of magical powers are overwhelming, from the battlefield to the void. Those are ancient powerhouses. Fire Dog. One of the most powerful members of the Liang family after Bai Chao Lai. Master Hua? The leader of the Xuanhuan pirates? He's here. Qin Zhou is also the head of the Super First Line Star Field Mercenary Group. This Tianjin family, what a big hand. They were able to invite so many experts. Who knows if they have come to emulate the Liang family, who doesn't want to replace the 5 super spirit families. In short, now that there is the Liang family as the leader, these super first-line forces may not be able to sit still. The bosses communicated with each other like passers-by. This behemoth was also discovered on and off the battlefield. The battle fortress is really too big, just like Star City, such a huge war fortress. As long as the eyes are not blind, it is impossible to ignore it. The war suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Qin Yang. Even those sound slaves, the ancient powerhouses, stopped their movements. Qin Yang returned to the battle fortress? Before us. Fang Jian became nervous. Fire Dog snorted coldly, what are you afraid of? It would be great to drag them into the water too. Master Hua looked at the war fort with fear. What he was afraid of was not the war fort itself, but Qin Yang sitting in it. The battle that day cast a shadow over Master Hua's heart. This weird Qin Yang is really too strong. We must drag him into the water as well. If Qin Yang is not eliminated, even if he replaces the Tianjin family, he will not be able to sit still. Master Hua thought to himself. Many parties stopped and looked up. All the bosses looked at each other in blank dismay, and then they all looked at Qin Yang in a complicated manner. The trouble Qin Yang mentioned was indeed trouble. In such a chaotic battlefield, everyone has a tendency to the same hatred and hatred. Don't be nervous, we just watched the excitement. Qin Yang shouted, and his voice spread throughout the battlefield. Watch the fun. I'm afraid you want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and reap the benefits of the fishermen. Master Hua challenged. How could it be? Huigo and Feng Jian can prove to me that I was really just watching the fun. Didn't I also intervene when they replaced the Tianyang family? Qin Yang said. With a single word, the entire battlefield was in an uproar. Everyone's heart was indescribably agitated. At this moment, there was a loud roar, and the Tianyin demon, wearing the cloak of 10,000 souls, appeared and stood in the air. Boy, give me another palm. Tianyin Ma regained his strength, but he was distressed by the upper limit suppressed by the star field, but he had already reached the limit power of Haoyue God. This palm will definitely slap Qin Yang to death. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing for him to break out because of Qin Yang? Not to break free by oneself, but to be released by others. This meaning is very different. I'm really here to see the fun. Qin Yang sighed and let out a voice. Then I'll give you another palm. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yang ordered, fire. With Xiaoyu's order, the phantom of the 9th level magic weapon ghost ship appeared, and the hideous 9th level meteor cannon had already been fully charged, and it fired a cannon at Tianyin demon. Bastard! You cheated! Tianyinmo was furious. The piercing beam of light instantly swept across the sky above the Tianyin battlefield. Tianyinmo's palm was instantly wiped out. Even himself, he almost couldn't escape. The myriad soul's cloak was pierced halfway through, and Tianyin Mo felt his waist was chilly. If the cannon had shifted further, or he was a step late in hiding. The beam of light seemed to pierce through the void, as if it never stopped. What star area is that over there? Qin Yang pointed to the direction where the 9th order meteorite cannon was bombarded. With the power of the 9th level super spiritual realm, this cannon can penetrate a star area without any problem. There is a wild star area over there, and few people set foot there. A big man said. Qin Yang nodded, looked at Xiaoyu again, and said, didn't I tell you to lean a little bit, and leave half of it for him to see how he recovers? Why didn't you even touch one edge? You stroke gun, who did you learn the law from? Xiaoyu was speechless, and retorted, I'm just not proficient, one more shot, and I will definitely smash half of his body. On and off the Tianyin battlefield, all the powerhouses tensed up. If that bombardment hit him, even if he brushed aside, he would be smashed to pieces. I can't shoot anymore. Luan whispered from the side, our energy seems to be quite a lot, but it consumes more. If calculated according to the usual consumption, this energy should be used sparingly. Xiaoyu looked at Qin Yang and asked Qin Yang for his opinion. Qin Yang murmured, and said, then it's better to charge it, in case there is room to use it. Xiaoyu's face was full of displeasure. The energy of this war fortress was his energy. Although it was the same wherever it was placed, it always felt as if it was gone when it was charged into the 9th level meteorite cannon. Luan's words were not transmitted through sound transmission, and in the Tianyin battlefield, the strong from all sides naturally heard them keenly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and even Tianyin Mo secretly sweated. Humph. Relying on the 9th level magic weapon, what kind of ability is it? You have the kind of head-on toughness that I am fighting with. Tianyinmo shouted directly. The strong men who fought were happy to see this scene. If you want me to make a move, you will have to pay a price. Are you sure? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. This is the strongest existence in the Tianyin Star District, the ancient powerhouse. Although you have a new title, Legend Terminator, this is not an ordinary legend. Master Hua provoked. Qin Yang looked over, and said jokingly, the ordinary legend you mentioned, do you refer to yourself? Master Hua's face froze, and he choked suddenly. Don't be fooled by Master Hua, not only him, but others also want to harm you here. A voice came from afar, and Bai Xiu drove over in a Tier 8 battleship. They not only received an invitation from the Tianyin family, but also received a reward from the Liang family. Bai Xiufei came over, seeing so many old men around Qin Yang, all of them had a terrifying air, and immediately became nervous. These people are. Qin Yang scratched his head and said, I didn't admit it all, let me tell you about you first. Bai Xiu nodded, and said, the Tianyin family organized an exercise, and all the super first-line mercenary groups and pirate groups came to find out the details, waiting for the opportunity to imitate the Liang mercenary group. And the Liang mercenary group is not just ambushing on the Tianyin battlefield, I even made two-handed plans, and also contacted these super first-line mercenary groups and pirate groups, and offered a reward for your head to help them become a super spirit family. Bastard show. You are also a Starfield pirate, a former Starfield mercenary, and a former super spirit guard. Instead of killing Qin Yang to avenge the Tianyang family, you tipped him off. Master Hua said angrily, it seems that your Shinshou pirates don't want to gain a foothold in the eternal Starfield. Bai Xiu's complexion changed, she gritted her teeth and said, Qin Yang is kind to me, I must not let him fall into a desperate situation. A group of bigwigs looked sideways, not mentioning Qin Yang's own strength, but his 9th-tier magic weapon ghost ship and the 9th-tier meteor cannon on it. How could these families be in a desperate situation? Besides, with so many old guys here, how can Qin Yang be in trouble? If something happened to Qin Yang, what would they do? Who to ask for clarification and research? I want to know how our Liang family became the super spirit family. After taking Qin Yang's head, my Liang family will tell you all. Huigo shouted loudly. Huayi, Qin Zhou, and other super first-line pirate and mercenary group leaders had bright eyes, but they didn't dare to make a move when they looked at Qin Yang. Seeing that he couldn't be encouraged, Feng Jian sound transmission on the side communicated with him. Fire Dog continued, there is only one who can replace the super spirit family. This is to instigate the powerful to attack Qin and Yang, and then continue to instigate dissension and instigate them to fight among themselves. At this moment, in the distance, countless warships flew over. The number of battleships is so large that even the head of the Superline team was shocked when they saw it. Is this the posture of Star Wars? Looking from a distance, there are tens of thousands of Tier 8 warships. The first few ships can almost be compared with the war fortress. This. The old man's expression changed. Look at what you've done. Li Yaoshi also sighed from the side. What's going on here? Qin Yang asked. The tortoise old man replied embarrassingly, we tried to copy this war fortress before. Although we didn't succeed, we still had some achievements. A battleship with a stronger warship should be considered a quasi-tier 9. As he said that, the old man Huigue said again, but don't worry, those quasi-tier 9 warships are no match for this war fortress at all. The Liang family? On the quasi-9th tier battleship, an old man stood with his hands behind his back. The robe moves automatically without wind, and the brows are fierce. Why didn't you contact us when you were newly promoted to the super spirit family? Instead, you did these things in such a hurry? The old man looked at Huigo and Feng Jian disdainfully, and said slowly, what? Your team leader, oh, no, your patriarch Bai Chaolai, dare not come here in person? The huge fleet of battleships covered the sky and the sun, and directly filled half of the void. Even if there is only the 8th order meteor cannon, with such a quantity, the Tianyin Star District will be blasted into scum in an instant. This is the real war stance. Compared with the Tianyin family, the super first-line Star Field Mercenary Group and Star Field Pirate Group that were invited may not be able to compare with the background of the Tianyin family. This is the foundation of the Super Spirit family. My patriarch still has important things to do. Fire Dog said. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the old man. The old man said contemptuously, "Patriarch? It's just a joke." A group of mobs, even if they become a super spirit family, are they really a family? Do you know what a family is? It's neither fish nor fowl, it's easy to laugh at. All the members of the Liang family were furious. Of course, they encountered many problems when they transformed from the mercenary group to the super spirit family. That is, everyone is not a family, but they have to be interviewed as the super spirit family. The names and identities of each other are troublesome. But now, this trouble was caught by the Tianyin family and made fun of it. How could they not be angry? Since your Tianyin family has such rich background, why did you invite us to practice? Master Hua asked vigilantly. Isn't this obvious? It's to catch you all at once. Qin Yang said lightly from the side. Everyone's hearts tightened suddenly, but the old man stared at Qin Yang, and said coldly, "The first one I want to kill is you." All the mercenaries and pirates couldn't help laughing to themselves. Qin Yang was stunned. "I'm just a spectator, why are you staring at me?" Qin Yang waved his hand towards Xiao Yu, and said, "Is the Ninth Order meteorite cannon recharged? Aim at him, this time I want to smash it into pieces. Get rid of him and leave nothing behind." Yes. Xiaoyu's figure moved, and the ghost ship appeared again. The old man's face twitched indiscernibly, and he said, "Do you think you are the only one with the Ninth Order meteorite cannon? The front section of the quasi-ninth tier battleship where it is located has a ferocious muzzle. It is exactly the same as the main gun on the ghost ship. It is also a Ninth Order meteorite cannon. Moreover, there is more than one quasi-tier 9 battleship, and there is more than one tier 9 meteor cannon." Ah! Qin Yang smacked his lips. The faces of all the bigwigs beside him became tense. In front of the Ninth Order meteorite cannon, they are like paper. The high-ranking Haoyue gods can't stop the attack of this Ninth Order meteorite cannon. Even the Tianyin demon couldn't stop it, let alone them? On the Tianyin battlefield, everyone was watching quietly, and even communicated with each other in secret. As long as Qin Yang and the Tianyin family made a move, they would rush over and take advantage of the gap between the recharging of the Ninth Order meteor cannon. The Tianyin Star region is the foundation of my Tianyin family. I can let you go today. The old man took a step back and said, "In the future, find a wild star region, and we will fight again." "Who are you from the Tianyin family?" Tianyin Mo suddenly asked. The old man frowned and looked at Tianyin Mo, and said, "I am the elder of the Tianyin family, Zhao Shunle." In the void, there was an uproar. He turned out to be Zhao Shunle? The old man Huigui was shocked immediately. "I seem to have heard of it somewhere?" Li Yaoshe frowned. The old man Huigui explained, "Decades ago, in the Wild Star region, this person killed 10 high-ranking Haoyue gods. He also has a special physique, the Sanskrit sound of the way of heaven. It is rumored that he breathes out and opens his voice matches the way, his words kill with words." The old man Huigui said, "At the beginning I failed to imitate the war fortress, and the Tianyin family came to me in the name of Zhao Shunle, but I have never met him." Fire refining the old ghost? Zhao Shunle looked at the fortress of war, cupped his hands, and said, "It's not that I didn't see you back then, it's just that I have a mission." In the middle of speaking, he suddenly stopped, and Zhao Shunle's face became serious. Because he discovered that not only the old ghost was tempered by fire, but also Li Yaoshe, and these people are second to none in their respective fields, and their own strength is also extremely strong. They try their best to recruit them, but they ignore them. Why are they all by Qin Yang's side at this time? I won't mention the past, I'm just trading with your Tianyin family. The tortoise waved his hand. I asked your name, not because you want to catch up with them. Tianyin Mo's voice came from a sinister voice, Zhao Shenle, hurry up and meet your ancestor. Everyone's eyes widened suddenly, their faces full of disbelief. Could this Tianyin demon be the ancestor of the elders of the Tianyin family? Isn't that also the ancestor of the Tianyin family? Zhao Shenle was about to get angry, but a voice came from the soul, as if it was the call of a distant ancestor. His eyes were suddenly lost. He who killed people with the Sanskrit sound of the heavenly way became a slave under the rules of the sound. Not good. The members of this Tianyin family are all Yin slaves, and the Tianyin demon is broken, so of course he can control this Tianyin family. Qin Yang's expression changed. But others could not understand what happened. They only knew that Zhao Shenle was in a daze. Yin slave? Huigue, Li Yaoshi, and others looked at Qin Yang curiously. Qin Yang said, it's the slaves controlled by the rules of sound, such as those ancient powerhouses. Everyone was hairy, looking at those ancient strongmen in the battlefield in disbelief. These ancient powerhouses were muddled and had no self-sense, but they stopped fighting, and these ancient powerhouses also stopped. Would a person without sanity stop? This directly proves that these ancient powerhouses are also Yin slaves. It is also an existence controlled by Tianyin demon. I have seen the ancestor. Zhao Shenle knelt down on one knee. His sanity has recovered, but he wholeheartedly surrenders to Tianyin demon. The situation suddenly took a turn for the worse, and it was the same for the Super First Line mercenary group, the Super First Line pirate group, and the Liang family. The Tianyin demon is the most powerful person on the Tianyin battlefield, and the rules of sound are always invincible. Now, those ancient powerhouses are all obeying his orders, even the Tianyin family is the puppet of Tianyin demon. This is broken. There are Tianyin demon, Tianyin family, and these ancient powerhouses. This is going to sweep the entire eternal starfield. Huiguo's heart sank. Fang Jian whispered, then what should we do? Bai Chao Lai is still cultivating in Wanyang furnace, and wants to take that last step. Not bad, very good. Tianyin Ma nodded in satisfaction, completely ignored Fire Dog and Master Hua, looked at Qin Yang, and said, why don't you and I join hands to rule this eternal starfield? It's too early to talk about governance now, isn't it? Qin Yang frowned. Tianyin Ma is really tricky this day. Who knew that the Tianyin family is different from the Tianyang family? The Tianyang family is almost abolished, but the Tianyin family still has such a deep foundation. This force can really sweep through the eternal starfield. Didn't you replace the Tianyang family? Aren't you going to be the only super spirit family? Now that the Tianyin family is right in front of you, why don't you do anything? Master Hua looked at Fire Dog. Fire. The dog looked serious, but said nothing. The Tianyang family they faced was different from this Tianyin family. The Tianyang family is an empty shell, but this Tianyin family is a solid. Still agree? I promise this is the last chance I will give you. Tianyin Ma looked at Qin Yang and said. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I'm not interested in ruling the eternal starfield, because I have other things to do. In the Sky Star field, even the incarnation of the Domain Master is no match for Qin Yang. Qin Yang has already stood at the peak and is unique. How can he climb the peak again, or stand side by side with this Tianyin demon? That's right, you're just a high-ranking Haoyue deity, you don't know the power of the super-spiritual realm at all. Tianyin Mo said, if I tell you how to advance to the super-spiritual realm. All the strong men's faces changed, and their hearts were hot. Even those big bosses, beside Qin Yang, also pricked up their ears. No need. Qin Yang shook his head again. What? You don't want to be promoted to the super spiritual realm? Tiananmen was a little surprised, and said, promoting to the super spiritual realm, you can destroy a star region with one thought, destroy one by one, and collapse the entire star region. Qin Yang sighed, and said, I don't need it, it means that I know how to advance to the super spiritual realm. Everyone was shocked again, and the bosses beside Qin Yang were stunned and dumbfounded. It turns out that Qin Yang is so strong? Huigo, Feng Jian and other members of the Liang family also looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. Bai Chaolai only dared to say that he had touched the threshold and hoped to make further progress in the peak of the upper Haoyue God, but Qin Yang already knew how to advance to the super spiritual realm. Oh? You know? What is the method you know? Tiananmen looked at Qin Yang strangely. My method is different from yours, but I won't tell you my method, and you won't be able to do it. Qin Yang looked around and said slowly, of course, if you want to know the method you can use, I can also tell you to satisfy your hunger. On and off the Tiananmen battlefield, in the endless void, everyone looked at Qin Yang with bated breath. Even Tiananmen's eyes were shining brightly. After a long time, Qin Yang spoke, do you really want to know? Everyone suffocated suddenly, and some were even so angry that they vomited blood. How dare you trick us? Master Hua trembled angrily and roared again and again. Everyone glared at them, even Li Yaoshi and the old man Huigui were suffocated. It's easy to know. This method is not cheap. Qin Yang rubbed his fingers. What? You actually took money? Everyone's complexion became complicated. In the eternal star field, I don't know how long it has been since a super spiritual powerhouse appeared. And Qin Yang actually knew how to advance to the super spiritual realm. This method is basically priceless, but Qin Yang is going to start clearly marking the price. How can you guarantee that what you said is true? Fire Dog asked. Or, after we are successfully promoted, we will give you whatever money you want. Feng Jian also said. Master Hua sneered from the side, don't be fooled anymore, if Qin Yang really knows, how could he still be the god of Haoyue? He has long been the super spirit of the rising sun. With that said, Lord Hua glanced at Tiananmen, and continued, even Tiananmen, and those ancient powerhouses in this ancient battlefield, are only at the peak of the Haoyue gods. They were all real before. Super spiritual realm. Everyone's heart moved, and each of them began to doubt. Qin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, although the power is the same as that of Haoyue God, the realm is not the same. Otherwise, how could there be such a big difference in combat power? In a word, it once again aroused everyone's thoughts. Yes, why is there such a big disparity in combat power? Why? Could it be that Qin Yang is already in the super spiritual realm? Also, after reaching the realm, the power exceeds the limit of Haoyue God. Although it can't reach the real super spiritual realm, the things that can be done in this eternal star field are no different from the super spiritual realm. Or let's say, when you reach the realm, you will really be in the super spiritual realm. Qin Yang said again. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's hearts became hot. How much do you want? Someone asked. The voice was very close, but it was the bosses beside Qin Yang. Some people couldn't help it. Qin Yang never thought that the first person to ask the price was someone close to him, and he was so close. Qin Yang didn't even react. After a pause, Qin Yang said, in order not to let you resell the news, I decided to charge you uniformly, and then tell you uniformly. Then what if someone can't afford it? A Starfield pirate was about to run away seeing the attitude of the Tiananmen family, but when he heard that there was a way to advance to the super spiritual realm, he took the risk and flew back. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth rose slightly, and he smiled very happily, saying, if you can afford it, I guarantee that everyone can afford it. Everyone was taken aback for a moment. Wouldn't it be very cheap? However, there were a lot of people present, and the sum was not a small number. Tiananmen snorted coldly, if you want resources, why bother? If you want to know how to advance to the super-spiritual realm, why do you need to buy and sell like this? I can tell you, but I don't want your money, I just want your lives. The Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates looked at each other and nodded secretly. There have never been eternal enemies, only eternal friends. When Qin Yang arrives, they can stop. Now the huge battleship group of Tianyin Demon and Tianyin family is obviously stronger. Most importantly, Qin Yang didn't have to kill them, but Tianyanmo was different. The Starfield pirates and Starfield mercenaries have already made a decision. If they don't join forces, they can only be defeated one by one. The only way out is to join forces. The representatives of the Liang family, Huigo and Feng Jian also agreed, and the same super spirit family also gave everyone confidence. But the ones with the least confidence are those from the Liang family. How do you know that my method is the same as yours? Maybe it's different? Maybe you can also refer to it? Qin Yang looked at Tianyanmo with a smile. Tianyanmo fell silent. Qin Yang's strength was indeed beyond his imagination. It is natural for him to have such strength, but Qin Yang shouldn't have such strength. Tianyanmo could only quietly wait for Qin Yang to make a deal. Since you said that everyone can afford it, you are talking about the price. A Starfield mercenary couldn't wait. If there is such a method, once Qin Yang speaks out, every second counts. Qin Yang said, this price is 90% of everyone's wealth. As soon as a word came out, there was an uproar. What? 90% of all wealth? It's so expensive? It's true that anyone can afford it, but the richer the person, the more they pay? It's not fair. Everyone was uproarious, even some ordinary mercenaries and pirates disagreed. Although their wealth is not as good as that of the group leader and captain, they always think that they are richer than more people. The same as 90%, I am afraid that I will pay twice the price than others. Fairness? After you reach the super-spiritual realm, you can customize fairness yourself. Qin Yang said lightly. Inside and outside the Tianyin battlefield, there was silence. 90% of the wealth, in exchange for a method to advance to the super-spiritual realm. If it were normal, I am afraid that many people would agree to the transaction. However, to announce the news in this way is almost an announcement to the world, and it is really not worthwhile to pay a huge price like this. But again, if he didn't pay, Qin Yang would of course have a way to shield them from knowing the method of advancing to the super-spiritual realm, once he was one step behind others. Qin Yang looked at Li Yaoshi who was beside him, and asked, do you know how many stars there are in the eternal star field? A sector? Pharmacist Li was taken aback, but didn't understand. But a big brother said, about 100 star regions. Because some wild star regions have not been set foot, and their existence may not be discovered. And some star regions are on the verge of destruction, or have already been destroyed. Qin Yang nodded, raised his voice, and said, I can tell you the method, but let me tell you one thing first. If you want to become a super-spiritual realm, there will be no more than 100 super-spiritual realms in this eternal starfield. Everyone didn't understand, but Tianyanmo's pupils shrank sharply. This Qin Yang actually knew the method of promotion. As a result, everyone felt that today they would have to spend a lot of money. Can it be cheaper? Someone asked. I raised this price just to make most people unacceptable. Qin Yang said. Everyone was furious. Qin Yang laughed, and continued, think about it, if everyone can accept it, wouldn't everyone know the news? On and off the Tianyin battlefield, in the void, the Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates looked at each other, which seemed to make sense. I'll pay. A Starfield pirate came out more and more, and said, this is my Qiankuan ring, don't say 90%, I'll give it all to you. Qin Yang didn't pick it up, but said calmly, "Let me reiterate, it's 90% of all your wealth, not 90% of your Xuanhuan ring." "What do you mean?" "This is already all my wealth. I spent a lot of money to buy magic weapons for this exercise." As the man spoke, Mu Ran's eyes widened, and he said, "How dare you? Do you want to include this magic weapon? Otherwise? Do you think this method of advancing to the super-spiritual realm is so cheap?" Qin Yang snorted softly. "I." The man gritted his teeth, threw his magic weapon over, and said, "Okay, I'll even give you the magic weapon." As he said that, looking around, the man continued, "I hope other people can do the same. Those who are not willing to pay will have nothing to do with this news." Qin Yang happily watched this person advertise himself, and ordered Luan, "Open the door and collect the money." Luan took the order and opened the restriction of the war fortress. "Pay the money and leave quickly, don't stay too long," Qin Yang said with a smile. The Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates stared at Qin Yang one after another. Unwilling to be reconciled to family affection, he handed over his Xuanhuan ring. Some even didn't keep anything at all, and handed over all of them. "This magic weapon is my natal magic weapon, without it, how can I fight?" a Starfield pirate said. "Why? All your wealth is also on this magic weapon?" Qin Yang glanced at it and snorted, "8th rank inferior, alas." "You." The Starfield pirate blushed and said, "Not everyone is lucky enough to get the 9th order magic weapon ghost ship like you." Qin Yang looked into the distance. Many Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates hesitated, mostly because of this. Ordinary wealth can be handed over easily, but the magic weapon of life. What's more, now it's Tianyin battlefield, how to fight after handing over the magic weapon. Moreover, the Tianyin family is coming aggressively, and the Tianyin family does not seem to want to buy this promotion method. Okay, then I'll make an exception. Apart from your natal magic weapon and the battle needs, you will pay 90% of other wealth," Qin Yang said. Having said that, more people flew over. Anyway, it might be glorious later on. If this method of advancing to the super-spiritual realm is reliable, at worst, let's get out of this troubled water. After being promoted to the super-spiritual realm, what can't we get? That is, as long as you have been promoted to the super-spiritual realm, even the 5 great super-spiritual families don't need to pay attention. Massive resources, massive resources. Li Yaoshe and other bigwigs looked straight at him. There are even some treasures that they have been coveting for a long time, but they can't find them. It took a whole day just to pay the money. The Tianyin battlefield is up and down, left and right in the void, and the atmosphere is particularly strange. It was obviously a multi-party war, but Qin Yang stepped in during the fierce battle, and it turned out to be the current scene. "Humph, do you know why everyone is willing to let you exploit me?" Master Hua finally came over and stared at Qin Yang. "Why?" Qin Yang asked, with a playful smile. "The more you get, the worse your death will be," Master Hua threatened. "Really? Compared with these wealth, the war fortress, the 9th level magic weapon ghost ship, don't you covet these?" Qin Yang looked at the Xuanhuan ring piled up into a hill behind him, and said, "More, it's okay." As he said that, Qin Yang smiled again, "The wealth left on you has also caused you to dispute with each other. I took the wealth, but I made a great contribution to the eternal starfield, because I brought you peace." "Ridiculous." Master Hua threw down the Xuanhuan ring and left, with a flick of his sleeves. "Is there anyone else who wants to hear it? If no one wants to hear it, then step back," Qin Yang shouted. Some people who have paid money definitely don't want others to take advantage of it. Actively began to drive away. After all, the price is too high. Tianyin Ma looked at Qin Yang boredly. He also wanted to know Qin Yang's method. After all, this guy's fighting power was really incredible. "Okay, then I'll tell you. If you want to advance to the super-spiritual realm, you need to integrate the aura of the star area. Qin Yang said slowly, every star area has an aura of the star area. The Tianyin star area, the aura is the soul-splitting spirit world in the Tianyin battlefield. What? Fusion star area aura? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. This method was indeed something they had never thought of. Some people even don't know what the aura of this star area is. Qin Yang also explained directly, the so-called aura of a star area is the power core of a star area. It is this core of power that supports this star area. If the aura is damaged, then the star area will not be destroyed. It's far away. Do you know the rocky star area? Of course I know. That's where you held the base camp of Starfield pirates, and you became a mercenary legend. The rocky star area is lifeless, even the star area pirates who were originally stationed there must always be on guard. Could it be that the aura of the star area there has been damaged? Qin Yang continued, Shinshio Star District, Xuanhuan Star City, do you know? Everyone nodded and looked at Bai Xiu. That's right, Xuanhuan Star City, the place where the 5 elements rule, that's where the aura of the Shinshio Star Zone is located. Above this battle fortress, there is Shan Jiutian, who monitors the formation and monitors the auras of the star regions in the major star regions. Once it is damaged, it will go to repair it. The way to repair it is to mend the sky with your body. After Qin Yang told everything, all the Starfield pirates and Starfield mercenaries were stunned. No wonder Tianyang Star City always did some strange things in the past, no wonder Bai Xiu was treated as an abandoned child by the Tianyang family, causing a big war in Xuanhuan Star City. It turned out that it was all for the purpose of killing herself to mend the sky. It's easy to say, how do we integrate the aura of this star area? Someone asked. Qin Yang lightly tapped the income with a smile, and said casually, the fusion is not easy? Find the aura of the star area, and swallow it. After a pause, Qin Yang said, of course, it's not for you to eat. Who knows whether what you said is true or not? You want to take away all our wealth with these few words, which is too simple. Some pirates in the star field darkened their faces, and their murderous aura suddenly appeared. Qin Yang's complexion remained unchanged, and he said lightly, there is a half-step super spirit in the launcher star area. He has integrated the aura of the star area. Half-step super spirit? Why haven't we heard of it? Some Starfield pirates were puzzled. Because he was trapped and died there. Merging the aura of the star area is not that simple. Now that you know how to mend the sky with your body, in fact, even if you succeed in merging the aura of the star area, you will still be able to mend the sky with your body and become a star. That's all for the master of the district. Qin Yang said. What? Even if it succeeds, you will be trapped to death in that star area? Someone was shocked. If that's the case, then what's the point? There are only so many star regions in total, and even if we have to find those wild star regions, this method is useless at all. Even if you have been promoted to the super spiritual realm in the wild star area, no one knows about it, so why not go home and sleep? What I'm saying is, this Qin Yang has killed us. It's just a profiteer. Today will make it impossible for him to leave alive. The crowd is excited, and there is a tendency to attack directly. Black and white, mercenaries and pirates have long coveted the 9th-tier magic weapon ghost ship in Qin Yang's hands, and now they have a war fortress. With these two things, defense is invincible. Attack, the star field is invincible. This is no different from being promoted to the super spiritual realm. Just when the atmosphere was getting tense, Tianyinmo burst out laughing. So that's why you said that I couldn't leave this Tianyin star region? Tianyinmo shook his head with a wry smile, and said, so you only know half of it. Or, you simply guessed it right. Halfway through. For a moment, everyone's heart tightened, and they looked at Tianyinmo. Does Tianyinmo have a better way? Is there a way to not be bound by the star area after being promoted to the super-spiritual realm? Integrating the aura of the star area can indeed promote the super-spiritual realm. Tianyinmo said, these star regions are one world. Each world is the domain of a super-spiritual powerhouse. All Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates tensed up. Have they been living in someone else's domain? Life and death are under the control of others, haven't they always been fish on the chopping board? Tianyinmo continued, it's just that you said you were trapped in the star area, but that's not the case. If the fusion fails, of course it will become part of the aura of the star area. But if the fusion is successful, you will control everything. This field, this star area, is your own, how can you be trapped in it? Tianyinmo opening his hands, he said with a smile, it's like this Tianyin Star District, which is my domain. Don't you guys find it? The rules of the violent sound in this Tianyin Star District have already subsided? Everyone was terrified, even Qin Yang frowned. The group of bosses beside them were even more terrified. If this was the case, even a war fortress might not be able to protect them from leaving safely. So, this is really a way to advance to the super-spiritual realm? Great! With this method, maybe we can be promoted to the super-spiritual realm. Ordinary star regions all have masters, and it is obviously impossible to merge them. However, there are also many wild star regions. All the Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates were excited. Those wild star regions originally had many treasures, danger and opportunity coexisted. Now, I know the real treasure. The star area is actually a domain. Qin Yang sighed. It's no wonder that if you annihilate the aura of the star area, you can advance to the super-spiritual realm, so that's how it is. Thank you for your supplement, but I won't give you the money. Qin Yang said. Tianyinmo was stunned, and then said disdainfully, who cares about these vulgar things? I didn't expect you to have such strength and know how to advance to the super-spiritual realm, but you are still an ordinary person. I recruit you time and time again, and give you a chance, but it flatters you. Looking around, Tianyinmo said, if you want to advance to the super-spiritual realm, you should think about it now. What do you mean? Master Hua asked suspiciously. If you don't enjoy it anymore, you won't have a chance. Because you will soon become my sound slaves, and then, help me lay down this eternal star field. I am the master of the star field. Tianyinmo haha laugh out loud. All Starfield pirates and Starfield mercenaries changed their faces. The power of Tianyin demon is beyond their imagination. Even though he is also the god of Haoyue, the entire Tianyin Star District is his domain. And they, no matter they are at the same level, the difference is 1,000 miles away. Only this half step is not to be overstepped. It's too boring to be your music slave. Why don't we submit to you and respect you as master? Master Hua said. Tianyinmo looked at Master Hua, nodded slightly, and said, it's interesting. Some pirates in the star field are unwilling. They became pirates just to pursue absolute freedom, but now they want to surrender. Master Hua sent a voice transmission to his confidants, saying, we were already a head shorter in front of the super spirit family, but now this Tianyin demon is the ancestor of the Tianyin family, so why not submit? Are you going to be his? The slave of Yin, will the 6 relatives deny you from now on? Look at Zhao Shunla. The elders of the Tianyin family used to be so powerful, but now? The subordinates looked at the battleship headed by the Tianyin family battleship group. Zhao Shunla, who was standing at the bow of the boat, was full of respect, his expression unchanged, like a zombie. The subordinates shivered. If this is the case, they might as well be dead. Since you want to submit to me, then follow my orders. Now, go and kill Qin Yang. Tianyinmo ordered directly. Everyone was suddenly in a dilemma. Qin Yang frowned and said, Master Hua, I didn't expect you to be the first to surrender. You were invited to come here one by one. Which one of you didn't want to follow the example of the Liang family, replace the Tianyin family, and become one of the 5 super spirit families? 1. But now, a Tianyin demon has made you give up your original intentions, and even give up your freedom. After speaking, Qin Yang added, of course, if you really want to die, it is equivalent to giving up your life. He who understands the current affairs is a hero. After all, Lord Tianyinmo is a half-step super spirit. Even if you are a legend terminator, you are amazingly talented, but you have not integrated the aura of the star area. You cannot be the opponent of Lord Tianyinmo. Master Hua said, with a flash of light in his eyes. Continue to say to Tianyinma, my lord, we are really no match for Qin Yang, look. Everyone immediately looked at Tianyinmo. Tianyinma was taken aback, and then furious, if you can't do this little thing, what's the use of keeping you? My Yin slave will not question my order. Master Hua felt cold and gritted his teeth. Now it's hard to ride a tiger, either become a Yin slave or die in Qin Yang's hands? Qin Yang doesn't know good and evil. If we don't kill him, he may not attack us. But this Tianyin demon. Huigo said through voice transmission, I have already sent a message to Mr. Bai Chaolai, and his cultivation has improved, is coming. Master Hua's face brightened. Huigo continued, just procrastinate and wait for Lord Bai Chaolai to come over. But, the thing about you surrendering to the Tianyin demon. Master Hua immediately promised, I'm just delaying the attack. I want Tianyinmo to attack Qin Yang. If Bai Chaolai can solve our crisis, we are of course willing to admit that your Liang family is a super spirit family. Humph, this is the truth. Now that things are going on, you still play such small tricks on me? Fire Dog sneered. Master Hua gritted his teeth and said, okay, then I, the Xuanhuan pirates, will join your Liang family and become a subordinate of your Liang family. Fire Dog said with a satisfied smile, that's very good, don't worry, you will gain high authority, just like Feng Jian. But the question is, how can we delay the time? When will Bai Chaolai come? Master Hua sighed inwardly. Fire Dog's face also darkened. Tianyinmo looked at Huigo and Huaya quietly, and said teasingly, what? Bai Chaolai has also been promoted to half-step super spirit? Bai Chaolai has also integrated the aura of the star area? Huigo and Huaya's expressions changed dramatically. The sound transmission between them was actually heard by the Tianyin demon? Qin Yang picked his ears, sighed, and said, sound transmission is useless in front of Tianyin demon. You guys. What kind of business are you secretly doing? Why don't you tell us and listen to it? Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. Fire Dog looked at Qin Yang's expression, and his heart sank. Could it be that Qin Yang also heard the sound transmission between them? It's nothing more than trying to delay time. Don't worry, I won't let you succeed. In my domain, you have nowhere to escape. The Tianyin demon yelled loudly, and the entire Tianyin Star District began to vibrate. Infinite sound rules, instant rage, and the terrifying noise of the Tianyin battlefield permeated the entire star area. Ah! I can't take it anymore. Anyway, if you stay here, you'll die. It's better to escape desperately. Just escape, find a wild star area at random, and advance to a half-step super spirit. A Starfield mercenary covered his ears and yelled, but the rules of sound, how can he resist it by covering his ears? The body flew into the distance, and everyone looked at him immediately. Some who couldn't bear the harsh noise, which tore their souls, also flew over. After flying for a long time, it seemed that they had reached the edge of the Tianyin star area. They seemed to have bumped into something, and their figures froze suddenly. In the blink of an eye, several figures instantly turned into flesh, and their bodies were shattered alive. The spirit of Haoyue fell so directly. This scene made all Starfield pirates and Starfield mercenaries dare not escape. It frightened them directly. "This is my domain, you can't escape," Tianyinmo said quietly. "There are two paths before you, either kill Qin Yang, or die." All Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates fell silent. Are they really doomed today? Qin Yang. Master Hua shouted, "Anyway, the Tianyin demon will not let you go, and you can't escape in his domain. Why don't we join forces and kill this Tianyin demon? If you lose this Tianyin family, you will be the head of the Super Spirit family." Everyone looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang shrugged and said, "I'm not interested." "But..." Everyone's heart fluctuated. Qin Yang said, "But... I have to correct you. I am not trapped in this Tianyin star area. I have at least two ways to leave." After thinking about it, Qin Yang changed his mind and said, "No, there are three ways." Everyone was shocked, even Tianyinma looked at Qin Yang firmly. "First, the Ninth Order magic weapon ghost ship," Qin Yang said. Everyone already knew about it, so they continued to listen with their ears pricked up. Maybe they can use it too. Second, the Ninth Order magic weapon, the meteor cannon. Qin Yang's mouth curled up slightly. Everyone's heart sank. They couldn't do anything about the first method or the second method. Because only Qin Yang owns the ghost ship and the Ninth Order meteorite cannon. Everyone held their breath and focused. It seems that the last hope is the third way. As for the third one, Qin Yang looked at Tianyinmo and said lightly, "I'll kill you." Tianyinmo's heart tightened, and everyone was speechless. This is great, they can't use any of the three methods. "Kill me? Can you do it?" Tianyinmo said disdainfully, "Although you can receive a few palms from me, it doesn't mean that you are better than me. I am the real half-step super soul, and you are just an ordinary. The Haoyue God Spirit is just a slightly stronger method, controlling a slightly stronger power of rules. If it was placed in ancient times, I could wipe out a person like you with a wave of my hand," Tianyinmo said. Qin Yang chuckled, and said, "Really? Then why did you gobble up the wolf? I guess, you haven't fully recovered yet, right? It's not easy to merge with the spirit world, right?" Tianyinmo's pupils shrank. Qin Yang continued, "Of course, there is another possibility. Since this Tianyin Star District is your domain, you will be injured if you smash this domain, right? The blow from the Ninth Order meteorite cannon before, the taste, do you feel good?" Qin Yang looked at the battleships of the Tianyin family, and said, "The Tianyin family established by Yin slaves has several Ninth Order meteorite cannons. Why don't you just order them to attack my war fortress?" All the Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates raised their hearts, unwilling to let go of any possibility of escape, looking forward to Qin Yang's fight with this Tianyin demon. If what Qin Yang said is correct, then we don't have to be afraid of anything. Huego said through voice transmission, "The rules of sound, since we can resist the violent rules of the Tianyin battlefield at the beginning, the attack of the Tianyin demon, we can naturally block it. The rules of this sound are quite special. Those who escaped from the shattered body before were only disturbed by the spirit and soul, and had no defensive defense. If the 9th level meteor cannon can't be used, we really don't have to be afraid. If we can kill this Tianyin demon." Fang Jian's heart was burning, and he said through voice transmission, "Then we have wiped out another super spirit family?" Ahem. Qin Yang coughed lightly, interrupting the sound transmission between the two. The two were stunned for a while, and then their expressions changed drastically. Tianyinmo really looked over suspiciously. In their desperation, the two of them forgot that in front of Tianyinmo, the master of the rules of sound, no sound transmission could escape his monitoring. "Keeping you guys is really a disaster, it's an eyesore." Tianyinmo roared in a deep voice, "Death. Exhale and open the voice, and the voice is in harmony with the avenue." In the entire area between Huigo and Fengjian, the word death is as graceful as the ruling of heaven. Many teammates around them rolled their eyes and died suddenly. Huigo and Fengjian tried their best to release all their strength, they couldn't even hear their own voices, and focused on resisting. Under the burst of divine power, the fire dog directly transformed into a flame monster, and the surrounding space seemed to be burned through. Fengjian's whole body turned into a black hole, and the distortion of the spatial rules isolated everything. "We are not dead," Fengjian said with great joy. Huigo also looked at himself, looking at the corpse of his companion floating beside him, with lingering fear. Master Hua watched from a distance, knowing what was going on in his heart. It turned out that the Tianyin demon wasn't doing too well. This is exactly the same as Zhao Xunle's supernatural powers. It's also exhaling and making a sound, and the sound is just in line with the avenue. Master Hua gradually laughed, and shouted, "There is no need to be afraid of the battleship of the Tianyin family. Tianyin demon dare not give orders attack. This Tianyin demon is the real paper tiger. All the previous events have shown that he is afraid of even Qin Yang." Master Hua said again and again. All the Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates also showed confidence. Some people were more sober, slandering in their hearts, "It seems that we are not afraid of Qin Yang." Seeing that everyone's expressions gradually lost their nervousness, Master Hua continued, "The reason why the Tianyin demon directly controls Zhao Xunle of the Tianyin family is because he is afraid that Zhao Xunle will attack the Tianyin star area. This area is not something we should be afraid of. The reason is that the Tianyin demon is afraid of us. As long as we work together to break through the Tianyin star region and destroy this Tianyin demon, it will be as easy as pie." With Master Hua's encouragement, everyone cheered up. Tianyinmo became angry from embarrassment, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Swords are on the verge of breaking out. Tianyinma even planned to completely wipe out these ants that got in the way, even if they didn't fully integrate. A voice broke the tension once again. "Don't worry, he's here," Qin Yang said. "Who?" Master Hua, Fire Dog, Fengjian and others were all taken aback. Tianyin demon was also puzzled. "Yao." Qin Yang turned his head to look outside the Tianyin star area, and said, "He's here, and he's bringing a large army with him." Qin Yang was also very puzzled. "This Yao, where did the army come from?" Chapter 1282 Order Army. The same huge group of battleships made all the Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates look stunned. Its quantity is not weaker than that of the Tianyin family's battleship group, and it seems that the quality is not much lower. However, the leader is not a quasi-ninth tier battleship, but more like a small war fortress. Qin Yang turned his head and looked at the old fire turtle. Pharmacist Li and other bigwigs also looked at him. "Old ghost." Li Yaosher blew his beard and stared. "I know you are poor, but why did you sell this experimental magic weapon?" The other refiners were silent. Fire Turtle said angrily, "Sell it and sell it, so what? I'm not selling it to the Super Spirit family. What I gave them was only a quasi-ninth tier battleship. This small war fortress is obviously more advanced than the quasi-ninth tier battleship. Moreover, its future expansion is also richer. Quasi-ninth tier battleships can only be used on a few meteorite cannons, but there are many more that can be built by this small war fortress. Since it is a war fortress that wants to imitate Qin Yang, although it is unsuccessful, it also has to follow the example. With a circle of ferocious muzzles, one is worth several quasi-ninth tier battleships. Isn't it sold to the Super Spirit family? Who is this person in front of me?" Pharmacist Li sighed. He had already understood that Qin Yang didn't seem to have made enemies, but there were enemies everywhere. The fire turtle first helped a wave of enemies, and now it has also given the small war fortress to the enemy. Everyone looked at the small war fortress. Qin Yang nodded secretly, and said, "So that's how the building of the satellite came from." The old tortoise was a little embarrassed. The other refining masters also laughed awkwardly. If combined with this war fortress, this small war fortress is a satellite. Not a failure at all. Yao, you didn't join the Tianyin family, which one did you join? Qin Yang shouted loudly. The small war fortress flew nearby, and the huge battleship group behind it confronted the battleship group of the Tianyin family. In terms of number, there are even many more, which are used to deal with the super first-line mercenary groups and pirate groups on the Tianyin battlefield. With such a huge base, even Tianyin Demon was shocked. Yao stood with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless, and said coldly, "Stop, I represent the Order Army, and must stop your war." Order Army? Not the Tianyin family? What is the Order Army? When did the Eternal Star region have such a huge army? Look at these battleships, the good and the bad are mixed, and some are not even as good as the pirates in the Star region. Everyone looked at Yao's army. Except for the high-grade vanguard troops, most of them turned out to be this kind of warships that looked very bad. Huayi Huigo and the others became more stable in their hearts. Bai Chaolai is about to arrive, and now that Yao has appeared, this Tianyin demon is afraid that he can't do anything today. Where did the Order Army come from? Qin Yang asked, curiously. Yao replied indifferently, there are quite a few in the Wild Star area. Not all of them are restricted areas of life. Everyone suddenly realized. In fact, the so-called Wild Star area is just undeveloped. There is no Star Area Sky Road, and there is no Star City Sky Road. Therefore, no one wants to go because it takes too much time just to travel. You originally asked me about the Tianlu hub array, but it turned out to be a premeditated plan. Luan exclaimed. Yao admitted directly and said, yes, but I only built one Star City Sky Road, and it took a lot of time to come here. However, if there is a hub of the Star District Sky Road, the Order Army will never be so shackled again. Saying that, he looked at Qin Yang. The meaning of his words is known to all. That is to take the fortress of war. I don't want your war fortress. Yao said, I just want the hub array of the Tianlu in the sector. If you are willing to give it to me, I can promise you that the last one will kill you. Everyone took a deep breath. Qin Yang looked at Yao playfully, and said, the Wild Star region has so many treasures. It seems that there are not only ways to advance to the super spiritual realm, but also many treasures. After all, what did you get that made you like this? Confidence? It seems that you don't want to give it to me? Yao Jingjing said, if that's the case, then I'll do it myself. Whether it's dealing with Tianyin Demon or Qin Yang, it's all good for us. Huayi, Huigo, and others secretly said in their hearts, snickering on the side. Tianyin Mo looked at Yao with dread, this person who was carved almost in the same mold as Chan, don't think about it, he is also the inheritor of the Domain Master's will. This Chan hasn't been killed yet, and now another Yao has come. Should he join forces with Qin Yang to kill Yao first, or should he join forces with Yao to kill Qin Yang first? This is a problem. Tianyin Demon fell into contemplation. Outside the war fortress, Yaobu stepped into the void and came slowly. Reaching out and holding it lightly, an extremely pure white divine sword was condensed. This is not your own divine power. It turns out that you have obtained such a treasure. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and the big guys beside him all turned their heads. Such a divine sword can't even look directly at it. Everyone was shocked. I just sold this half-finished product to wandering pirates, I don't know any Order Army. The old man of the fire turtle explained again and again. It's okay, it's just a small satellite, I don't care about it yet. Qin Yang said casually. Inside and outside the Tianyin battlefield, the hearts of the pirates and mercenaries of the Star region are hot. What magic weapon is this? How can there be such a powerful force? Does this Xiao also incorporate the aura of the star zone and the wild star zone? To be able to control such a treasure? At the same time, the yearning for the wild star region is even more intense. Can you crush my sword? Yao's voice became cold. It looks like it can't be done. Qin Yang shrugged, not nervous. Everyone was amazed. It turned out that there was such a grudge between Qin Yang and Yao. Qin Yang actually crushed Yao's magic weapon. No wonder Yao kept staring at Qin Yang, the two were on the same page. You deliberately opened the hub formation of the Star District Tianlu, so that no matter whose battleship can quickly come to the Tianning Star District and Tianning battlefield. I have to say, you helped me. Yao said in a deep voice, I'll ask you again, are you willing to give me the hub of this war fortress? Come for another one to be killed by you in the end? Qin Yang frowned. Yao opened his mouth and said, I'm not what I used to be. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Qin Yang frivolously. Qin Yang laughed and said, you have always been you. Yao paused for a while, and then said, the wild star region, the light star region. Now I have integrated the star region's aura and completely controlled the power. As soon as he said that, everyone in the void was shocked. It turned out that what Tianning Demon said was actually true. As long as you control the power, you will not be bound by the sector, but turn the entire sector into your own domain. And then? Are you super-spirited? Qin Yang asked. Yao froze for a moment and gritted his teeth. There was a sense of astonishment in everyone's heart, as if they hadn't been promoted to super spirit. Even half-step super spirit was not considered by Qin Yang. In the aura of the star area in the light star area, there is a 9th level magic weapon, the Holy Sword of Light. Yao said slowly. Everyone squinted their eyes, looking at the Holy Sword of Light in Yao's hand, feeling horrified. Such a treasure, even looking directly at it is extremely laborious. This is probably the second 9th order magic weapon in the entire Eternal Starfield. Everyone's heart is so hot that it's hard to hold back for this wild star region. I can't wait to go to the wild star area immediately. Then what? Are you super-spirited? Qin Yang plucked his ears. Yao continued, this sword is enough to break your 9th order magic weapon ghost ship. As soon as the words fell, Xiaoyao's whole body tensed up. Ruowei said, the attack speed of this Holy Sword of Light is probably a bit faster than mine. Qin Yang didn't take it seriously, and smiled softly, attack speed? What's the use of being fast? If I want to defeat Yao, why do I need to use magic weapon? It wasn't until this time that everyone suddenly realized that although Qin Yang had obtained the 9th level magic weapon ghost ship early, he had never really used it. Such a top-notch magic weapon is only used for ordinary traveling. The upper limit of this world is how you a god spirit. But this is only temporary. Yao's eyes seemed to see the future, and he said quietly, and once a certain day comes, I will be the first super-spiritual realm. Well, and then? You are super. Qin Yang just said. Yao interrupted angrily, I don't have a super-spiritual realm now, so what can I do? Didn't I speak clearly enough? Oh. Qin Yang shrugged and smiled slightly, you may not be the first. As he said that, Qin Yang pointed to the Tianning demon above the Tianning battlefield, and said, he is your strong competitor. Tianyinmo was taken aback, and hadn't decided which one to kill first, but was named by Qin Yang. Him? Between Yao's brows, there was a look of contempt. After merging the aura of the star area, and being promoted to the half-step super spirit, Yao seems to be more like a living person with flesh and blood. The expressions are also much richer, and there are also many emotions. Xinyao Star District, Tianyao Star Mercenary Academy. It's time to fulfill the agreement. Yao suddenly spoke, and the change of topic caught everyone off guard. The directors of the 4 departments tensed up all over. Facing the eyes of many big bosses and everyone's questioning eyes, they looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. What agreement? Qin Yang also became curious. When the Order Army appears, Tianya Star Mercenary Academy will give up its neutrality and join the Order Army. Yao said slowly. The director of the Artifact Refining Institute said, "We have only heard about this agreement, and we have never taken it seriously." Director Su of Pharmacy also said, "Who knew there would be an Order Army that could counter the Super Spirit family?" Is this the reason why Tianya Star Mercenary Academy does not stand on the side of the Starfield mercenaries, but resolutely maintains neutrality? Qin Yang nodded clearly. Yao Yang shouted, "Students of Tianya Star Mercenary Academy, please leave Qin Yang and come to my side and fight for the Eternal Star Field." A voice seemed to have infinite appeal. Not only the students of the Tianjiao class, but even the heads and members of the Super First Line Mercenary Group and the Pirate Group also felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. "My student, why should I go with you?" "Fight for you?" Qin Yang frowned. "It's not fighting for me, it's fighting for the Eternal Starfield." Yao said slowly, looked at Tianyinmo again, and said, "Follow me, and strangle these extraterrestrial gods and demons." One word shocked the world. Everyone's heart seemed to be hit hard with a hammer. Li Yaoshi, Huigui, Old Man, and other big bosses were even cold all over, and some of them didn't even dare to look at Qin Yang. Tianyinmo is an extraterrestrial god and demon, and they roughly know it in their hearts. Could it be that this Qin Yang? Isn't this Qin Yang a creature from the Eternal Star Field? He also came from another star field? Master Hua exclaimed, "It's no wonder that this kid is amazingly talented, and his strength is unimaginable." So that's the reason, he didn't want to intervene in the war in the Eternal Starfield, and has been a bystander all the time, so it really has nothing to do with him. Huigo looked deeply at Qin Yang. Qin Yang's position has always been a mystery. But now, the answer has surfaced. "Teacher, are you really an alien god?" Yu Weiwei, a student in the Tianjiao class, said in disbelief. Qin Yang looked at the other person's expression, and most of the other students in Tianjiao class also had the same expression. Doubt, disbelief, even a little sadness. "Does it matter if I am an extraterrestrial god or demon?" Qin Yang said with a frown. Everyone fell silent, the eyes of Chu Xiaoxia, Yu Weiwei, and other girls turned red. "Ha ha ha ha. Qin Yang, don't you know this? In the battle of the star field, hatred is greater than racial blood hatred. Facing you and me, they will only share the same hatred, and they will be the first to think of killing us first." Tianyinmo said loudly laughed. He has now made a decision to join forces, to kill Yao. Not only that, but also to kill everyone present. The Tianyin family is actually an extraterrestrial god and demon. Family. Could it be that the same is true for other super spirit families? The Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates were all frightened. Also shy. They have surrendered to foreign gods and demons for countless years, and they never knew it. "Qin Yang, you won't blackmail me with the students of Tianya Star Mercenary Academy, the future mainstay of my Eternal Starfield?" Yao said suddenly. "Ah." Qin Yang sighed softly. Lu Mingyu came over and held Qin Yang's hand tightly. All the bosses, the heads of the 4 departments, and other students of the Tianjiao class all became nervous. Qin Yang shook his head and said, "No." Saying that, he said to Li Yaoshi and a group of students, "Go and stay as you like, I won't hurt you." Everyone's heart burst. Tianyinmo spoke loudly, saying, "Yao is at the same level as me, and now he is even stronger than me, and has a 9th level magic weapon, the Holy Sword of Light. There is no way you can be his opponent. Why don't you take these people as hostages? He will definitely compromise." Yao said lightly, "That's right, if you take them as hostages, I will agree to any conditions. Just like, All the star field mercenaries and star field pirates in the eternal star field are at a loss. On the contrary, Huigo, Feng Jian and other members of the Liang family were all terrified. Everyone doubted Yao's identity. Could it be that it was only so simple on the first day of the eternal starfield? Following me means standing on the side of the eternal starfield. I am the inheritor of the will of the domain master of the eternal starfield. Yao said loudly, follow me to fight and kill the gods and demons outside the domain. I would like to follow you. Master Hua was the first to shout loudly. Fire Dog, Feng Jian and the others cursed in their hearts. They didn't realize, before that this flower master is a fool, swinging so fast. Some Starfield pirates and Starfield mercenaries have all declared their surrender one after another and joined the Order army. Didn't you always hate Starfield pirates? Qin Yang asked, suspiciously, didn't you always say that you want to give the world pure light? I have now understood what you said. Yao held the holy sword of light in his hand. Which sentence? Qin Yang asked. Everyone also became curious. In pure light, just like in darkness, you can't see anything. This world not only needs light, but also darkness, to set it off. Yao said. At this moment, Yao's body revealed a powerful aura, as if he had truly inherited the domain master's will. The previous generations were more like semi-finished products, but Yao has already completed the evolution and sublimation. Qin Yang's expression also began to become dignified. Such a Yao was enough for him to take seriously. Hua Yi and other Starfield pirates who had already taken refuge felt relieved and even started to get excited. Yao continued, I lead the Order army, just to restore order and strangle the invading foreign gods and demons. The Super Spirit family is still the Super Spirit family, and your status has never changed. Having said that, Fire Dog and Feng Jian couldn't hold back anymore. Feng Jian was about to seek refuge, but Huigo said in a deep voice, don't you wait for the patriarch to make a decision? Feng Jian said, by Chaolai? Humph. It's just a person who has stolen the fruit of the Super Spirit family. Even if he can also integrate the aura of the star area, how can he be Yao's opponent? Yao is the inheritor of the domain master's will, the eternal star, the only person recognized by the domain, who is by Chaolai. You. Fire Dog was furious, and many members of Lai Yang's family also flew towards the Order army. As a result, most of the Starfield mercenaries and Starfield pirates on the Tianjin battlefield also joined the Order army. The lineup of the Order army has become stronger. Standing by Yao's side is standing on the side of God's will and the Great Tao. Someone who had taken refuge shouted loudly. Everyone from the Tianya Star Mercenary Academy, and all the masters of artifact refining, pharmacy, etc., don't you still not see the situation clearly? Even if you can't see the situation clearly, you can't stand on the side of the gods and demons outside the territory. Everyone began to share the same hatred, and there was a heavy silence on the war fortress. Qin Yang, you really want to blackmail us? The old man Huigue had just opened his mouth when Li Yaoshi gave him a hard look. I said, no. Qin Yang said, you can stay as you like, I won't interfere. Among the bigwigs, some already had the intention of leaving. Seeing that Qin Yang didn't stop him, he flew away and flew towards Yao. Qin Yang really didn't stop, and the others left one after another. Humph. A group of white-eyed wolves. Xiao Yu felt aggrieved, and said, opening up the war fortress for their research, and wasting so much of my energy, what's the result? It's okay. Qin Yang shook his head lightly. Teacher Qin, we. Gushan and the other students in Tianjiao class began to get entangled. Qin Yang made medicine for them and helped them improve their strength. He did it for their own good, but Qin Yang is an alien god. The star domains are opposing each other. This position does not allow them to choose. Your choice is correct. Qin Yang said pertinently. I'm sorry, we are, after all. The heads of the 4 departments all stepped forward and led the students away. A group of bastards. Xiao Yu said angrily, we are extraterrestrial gods and demons, so what? The reason why we came here is not because your eternal starfield destroyed our homeland? Now we come here just to take revenge, just to kill a Yao. We didn't hurt the sky, why do you want to do this to us? Up and down the void, there was silence. Xiaoyu's words spread far and wide. The ghost ship, the 9th order magic weapon, was indeed terrifying, but it did not kill wantonly. Only the greedy ones were killed by Xiaoyu Pit and their wealth was swallowed up, but that's all for gaining energy and power. Looking at Qin Yang again, although there were many battles, they all provoked Qin Yang by himself, and were killed by Qin Yang. You can't say that. Qin Yang curled his lips and said, you can't represent all the gods and demons outside the territory, at least we can't include him. As he spoke, he pointed to the Tianyin demon. Tianyin Ma suddenly said angrily, Qin Yang, what do you mean? Even now, you still can't tell the difference between the enemy and us? Qin Yang, if you are willing to kill Tianyin demon, I can forgive you. Yao said suddenly. Tianyin Ma tensed up. Forgive me? Qin Yang chuckled and said, you don't have the qualifications. Tianyin Ma said directly, that's right. We were once the overlords of a large star field, and even our achievements are far higher than that of a brat like you. What qualifications do you have to put on such a gesture? Just rely on the Are These order troops? As soon as he said that, everyone's heart was shocked. Compared to Yao, Qin Yang and Tianyin Mo are gods and demons who came from outside the territory. He has already left his original star field and came here. From this point of view, Qin Yang and Tianyin Mo are indeed stronger than Yao. No matter what, Qin Yang, Yao, and Tianyin Mo are truly the 3 overlords. No one thought that the Tianyin battlefield would turn into what it is today. Don't be afraid of him, you have a battle fortress, and I have an army from the Tianyin family, which is more than enough to fight against Yao's order army. As for the others, what are they worth to you and me? Tianyin Mo tried his best to win over Qin Yang. Qin Yang scratched his head and said, this is really troublesome. I have always wanted to watch dramas, but I never thought that I would always be a part of the drama. Now I can't get rid of it. Qin Yang, I advise you to surrender quickly. Maybe Yao will spare you and let you go back to your star field. Master Hua shouted. That's right, you'd better kill the Tianyin demon now, only in this way can your life be saved. Fang Jian also shouted. Tianyin Ma gritted his teeth angrily, he wished he could rush over now and kill these ants. Don't think that I insist on joining forces with you, I'm just helping you. Tianyin Ma looked at Qin Yang and said. Qin Yang shrugged and said, no, you just want to join forces with me, because you are the weakest. Tianyin Ma choked suddenly, his face was ugly. And? Qin Yang added, the battle in the Tianyin Star region is the most unfavorable to you. Tianyin Mo's face froze, she really couldn't hide anything from Qin Yang. Qin Yang looked at Yao, smiled lightly, and said, if there is a fight, I am the only one who can win. You'd better take all your subordinates away, let them leave the Tianyin Star district, and let them die in vain, isn't it? What you, a domain owner, should do. Fighting for the star field, even if there is sacrifice, is worth it. Yao said flatly. Everyone was stunned. At this point, it was Qin Yang who was thinking about their lives, not Yao. His men? A domineering voice came, and the void seemed to be burning directly. A person surrounded by raging golden flames walked slowly. Every step is to burn a piece of void. By Chao Lai. Chapter 1285 Qin Yang's Purpose. My Liang mercenary group, newly promoted to a supersoul family, the change has just begun, are you going to betray me? Bai Chaolai said coldly. Huigo, Feng Jian and the others were suddenly shocked. Fire Dog said again and again, "We didn't betray you," Yao said, "we are still a Super Soul family." Yao? Bai Chaolai said angrily, "What is he? Does he really think he is the master of this eternal star region?" Bai Chaolai's anger made the golden flames even hotter. It was as if the entire Huanyang furnace had come. Another person who has integrated the spirit of the star area? Everyone was shocked. Bai Chaolai actually has such a cultivation base? Although they are both Haoyue gods, the gap is too big. Humph. Qin Yang, if you don't join me, someone will join me. Don't worry, you will be the first to die. Tianyinmo laughed secretly. Joining forces? I am dignified by Chaolai, why should I join forces with foreign gods and demons? Bai Chaolai refused flatly and didn't even give Tianyin Demon a chance to speak. Are you going to betray the Eternal Star region? Yao looked at Bai Chaolai. Joke. What about the 9th rank magic weapon for the stinky boy? Do you think you really have an absolute advantage? Bai Chaolai waved his hand, and a strange and mysterious rune was condensed out of thin air. As soon as this golden rune came out, the temperature between the voids rose to a new level again. Even the god Haoyue felt a little too hot, and the heat was unbelievable. 9th order rune? Qin Yang wondered. Yes, it is the 9th order rune. Bai Chaolai said, although I haven't merged with the Huanyang furnace, I can control the Huanyang furnace. This 9th order rune, the Huanyang rune, is better than your bright holy sword, so what? At this time, Bai Chaolai no longer put Qin Yang in his eyes, his strength has been greatly improved, and only Yaoning is his opponent. Eternal Star Region, everyone is qualified to challenge me. You can too. Yao Jingjing said, however, I have to kill Qin Yang and Tianyin Demon first. Humph, kill them first, and then deal with me with all your strength? Bai Chaolai said, in my opinion, you are the biggest threat. Bai Chaolai knew in his heart that Qin Yang and Tianyinmo were bound to fail. Take Tianyin Demon as an example, he has been suppressed before, and of course he can suppress it again. Controlling the power of Huanyang Furnace, there is no one he can't kill in the entire Huanggu Star region. However, this Yao is an exception. What was obtained from the Tianyang family was not only the 9th order runes, the myriad sun runes, but also the ancient secrets. After getting to know Yi in detail, Bai Chaolai knew even more that whether it was Yi, Can, or this Yao in front of him, it was almost impossible to kill him. Qin Yang and Tianyin Demon are fighting alone in this Eternal Star region. But this Yao, the entire Eternal Star region is standing beside him. In contrast, Yao, of course, is more dangerous. After finally becoming the head of the Chaoling family, Bai Chaolai will never allow it. Above the Chaoling family, there is a stronger existence. This army of order, if it sounds good, is to reorganize the order and strangle foreign gods and demons. In the end, wouldn't it still weaken the status and majesty of the Supersoul family? For Bai Chaolai, who was convinced that he had been in the Tianyang Star District for so long, and finally turned around and called the shots, this is absolutely not allowed. Qin Yang, how about joining hands with me to kill Yao? Bai Chaolai threw an olive branch. Everyone was shocked, and Tianyin Demon even vomited blood. He wanted to join forces, but Bai Chaolai didn't even give him a chance to speak, but now he took the initiative to join forces with Qin Yang? Bai Chaolai continued, I'll deal with this Yao, how about you kill the Tianyin Demon first? As soon as he said it, he didn't take Tianyin Demon seriously at all. In my domain, how dare you be so presumptuous? Tianyin Demon was furious, and a terrifying sound whistling attack was about to burst out. Qin Yang said lightly, sorry, I'm not interested in joining forces. Bai Chaolai was stunned for a moment and said, you are the weakest now, do you think you have the right to choose? Qin Yang shrugged and said, I am the weakest. I admit it, but only now. As for the right to choose, do do you think I don't have it? Admit it now? Ha ha ha, I won't give you a chance to let you leave. Bai Chaolai said, unless you join forces with me, I will divide you half of the star field. Qin Yang shook his head and said, I never came here for hegemony. Then what are you doing? Yao asked. This is a question that he has never understood, not just him, but everyone. As of now, I will tell you the truth. Qin Yang said slowly, I am from the Tsangqiong Star region, a loser who once fought in the Star region battle. As far as I know, Xiaoyou Star territory and the Sending God Race Star territory have all been destroyed. The reason why I came here is to keep the Eternal Star region from attacking the Sky Star region. Today's Sky Star region is slowly recovering and it will take time. Qin Yang said everything, and everyone knew it. It turned out that Qin Yang came to this Eternal Star region by taking a risk to protect the Heavenly Star region. Such courage and responsibility make everyone feel ashamed. In particular, the head of the 4th Department of Tianyao Star Mercenary Academy is even more embarrassed. Pharmacist Li and other bigwigs also regretted it again and again. It turns out that Qin Yang is the real neutral. Qin Yang's position has never been related to the hegemony of the Eternal Star region. Bai Chaolia's eyes flashed, and he said, if you don't join hands with me, then I will attack the Sky Star field. I would like to see if the Sky Star field you said is recovering can withstand the Xuanhuan melting furnace. The power of Qin Yang's eyes are full of cold light, and he has been in the Eternal Star region for so long. This is the first time he has shown such a heavy murderous intention. This has touched Qin Yang's inverse scale. This is the bottom line that Qin Yang will never compromise. I said that I am the weakest right now, but I can't say for sure later. Qin Yang snorted softly. Later? Everyone is puzzled. Could it be that Qin Yang can be promoted to half-step super soul without devouring the spiritual rhythm of the star area and without the help of the power of the aura of the star area? At this moment, a ghost figure seemed to pass over the crowd. Another Qin Yang appeared. Everyone looked at the newly appeared Qin Yang in shock. Tianning Demon said in shock, are you the inheritor of the will of the domain master of the Sky Star domain? Such two Qin Yangs are naturally reminiscent of Yi, Can and Yao. Qin Yang laughed and said, the inheritor of the will of the domain master of the Sky Star field is nothing but my defeated general. Yao's pupils shrank sharply. Can someone really defeat the will of the domain master? Qin Yang looked at his self-god statue and said, this is not as complicated as you think, this is just the cultivation system in the sky, my self-god statue. Now, Qin Yang's self-god statue has successfully wiped out the aura of the Lianchur star area, perhaps because Yao was the first to merge, or because Bai Chaolai got the 9th order rune and controlled the Xuanhuan furnace. Destroying the spiritual charm of the star district has become simple. It was as if some ban had been lifted. I'm sorry, at this moment, I am the strongest. The self-god statue was integrated with Qin Yang's body, and the coercion on his body made the entire void almost collapse. Chapter 1286 Finale. Self-idol? What is this? Tianning Demon's voice began to tremble. Qin Yang's strength was so strong that he was afraid of it. Could it be that everyone is a half-step god, and Qin Yang has successfully been promoted to the real super-spiritual realm? Simply put, I have twice the strength. Qin Yang smiled lightly and said, my own strength is only a little worse than yours, but I am twice as powerful as you can. Qin Yang opened his mouth slowly and said, I have no intention to dominate the Eternal Star territory, nor do I intend to destroy everything here. I just want to contain Yao, so that he has no time to lead the Star Territory battle again. Speaking of this, Qin Yang looked at Yao and continued, let your order army retreat. For the next battle, they will just die in vain. The terrifying arrogance on Qin Yang's body made Yao shudder. With such an existence, God Haoyue is no longer an opponent at all. Even if there is a 9th order magic weapon, he may not dare to say that he will definitely win. You withdraw from the Tianjin Star District. Maybe from now on, there will be no more Tianjin Star District. Yao waved his hand. The Order army began to retreat in large numbers. However, Tianjin Demon gave a loud order, saying, "Everyone in the Tianjin family listen, kill Qin Yang for me. Even if it is piled up, kill him for me." Having said that, Tianjin Demon will also be the first to attack. He knew that it would be useless to say more. Yao and Bai Chaolai naturally knew who to kill now. Because of Qin Yang's existence, all parties have no need to negotiate. The balance of strength is too obvious. The Tianjin family's battleship group did not obey the order, and instead retreated in an orderly manner. What? When? Tianyinmo couldn't believe that his own sound slave was out of control. Under my Wanyang furnace, any shackles will be broken. Bai Chaolai said lightly. Zhao Shenle, the elder of the Tianjin family, said, "Ancestor, times have changed. What we cultivate is the rules of sound in the Eternal Star region, not yours." Tianjin Demon suddenly realized that the star region where he was located had been merged by the Eternal Star region. With the inheritor of the domain lords will here, has the power of his own rules been suppressed? With or without you, there is no difference at all. Tianjin Demon gritted his teeth and said, "Wait, everyone in the Eternal Star region will become my slaves. Even Yao is no exception." At this moment, Chan's figure suddenly appeared. He still has no sense of self, but he still knows who his enemy is. When Tianjin Demon fought with him, Yao also raised the holy sword of light and slashed at Qin Yang. "Take Luming Yu first." Qin Yang instructed Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu nodded. The ghost ship Phantom appeared and took Luming Yu away. In the Tianjin Star District, only a few figures of Qin Yang were left. "It's just weird, you exposed it too early. If you continue to suppress your strength, you will probably be the last winner." Bai Chaolai controlled the Wanyang furnace and flew over directly. The space was instantly burned down. "I said, if you fight, I can win." Qin Yang's eyes were dark and deep, and he pushed his hands forward. The fence of heaven and earth, an absolute barrier. The walls of heaven and earth, bounded by the rules of annihilation, directly blocked the front of the war fortress. At this moment, he no longer uses the Ninth Order meteor cannon. This kind of slaughtering weapon is a powerful weapon in war, but in this kind of competition of peak powerhouses, it is difficult to hit anyone. The mere supernatural powers, why are you blocking my Wanyang furnace? Bai Chaolai held the Ninth Order rune, the Wanyang rune, and slapped it forward. Wanyang furnace directly hit it. Boom! With a loud bang, the walls of the heaven and earth, bounded by the rules of obliteration, collapsed directly. "Sacred Sword of Light, behead!" Yao Yi shouted loudly. In his eyes, Qin Yang was always the only enemy. The endless brilliance smashed through the void, and it also split the absolute barrier that was on the verge of being broken, with one sword split in half. The inaction of heaven and earth, all kinds of dharmas, the palm of the gods, and the destruction of all living beings. Qin Yang waved his hand and slapped his palm, almost sending Wanyang furnace flying. The half-step super spirits peak battle has already begun, and the entire Tianjin Star District has also collapsed. Supernatural powers are useless in your current state and mine. Bai Chaolai said coldly. The battle between several people made Tianjin Demon unbearably miserable. This Tianjin Star District is his domain, but now, the attack on the domain is unbearable for him. Under the backlash from the air, he was directly seriously injured, and he was also at a disadvantage when dealing with the inheritor of the will of the previous generation of domain masters, Can. If you can't achieve magical powers, what about the realm? Qin Yang laughed lightly when he saw the tragic state of Tianjin Demon. Domain? If you dare to let it out, you can only die. Bai Chaolai laughed. Do you think that my domain is also filled with the power of this kind of rules? Qin Yang shook his head gently and said, then let me show you. Domain, ordinary world. Qin Yang slapped his palms, and the power of rules swept out. At the beginning, he chose to use the rules of annihilation and annihilate the spiritual rhythm of the Star District to promote the Super Soul. Now, it is using the rules of Tian Fan to continue fighting. The power of the rules swept out, and everyone was shocked. They actually found that their power was constantly regressing. If they continued to do so, wouldn't they want to become mortals? Ha ha ha. Such a field is just helping me. Bai Chaolai suddenly burst out laughing. Really? If you don't have divine power, can you withstand the high temperature of this Xuanhuan furnace? The corner of Qin Yang's mouth rose. Bai Chaolia's smile froze immediately. This Xuanhuan furnace is still hot, just like the sun. He also felt unbearable heat at this time. I can't resist, can you resist? Bai Chaolai stared at Qin Yang. Qin Yang shrugged and said, I have a war fortress. This kind of technology that imitates the Protoss has little impact. You. Bai Chaolai found that his realm had fallen back, and there was only the lower Haoyue god, so he hurriedly flew towards the war fortress. If he continues, he is afraid that without Qin Yang's hands, the Xuanhuan furnace will melt him. Yao also flew over quickly, and the holy sword of light in his hand gave him infinite confidence, because the holy sword of light was not affected too much. After all, Qin Yang only has a half-step super spirit, which is not enough to directly suppress the ninth order magic weapon. Tianning demon is miserable, Can's pursuit of him is endless, and he has no self-consciousness, just a puppet body, and he doesn't know fear at all. Being entangled by Can, Tianning demon couldn't escape. At this time I felt the power of Tianfan's rules, and the color of wisdom was revealed for the first time in Can's eyes. He struggled to get hurt, and hugged Tianning demon tightly, and the two of them rushed into the Xuanhuan furnace together. No! Tianning demon roared in despair, but the voice quickly disappeared. Yao, who boarded the war fortress, walked towards Qin Yang step by step. This field is good, but you are going to die in the end. Yao said, rushing directly to Qin Yang. The retreat of strength also lowered Qin Yang's realm. Bai Chaolai also rushed over, and he was bound to kill Qin Yang. Qin Yang bent his knees and bowed his body, slapped his left hand forward, and made a fist on his waist with his right hand. This is pure martial arts? You can still use magical powers? Bai Chaolai looked shocked. The realm has dropped, but the power of the body is still there. Pure martial arts, originally relying on the power of the body. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth raised slightly, and he shouted loudly, Xuanhuan. Half-step collapse. With one punch, it shattered in half in the realm of the ordinary world. Yao vomited blood and flew upside down, and the holy sword of light threw up and fell, stuck on the floor. Bai Chaolai was also smashed half of his body by a punch, and he died instantly. I said, if there is a battle, only I can win. Qin Yang said lightly. Yao's eyes were bright, he vomited blood, touched the corner of his mouth, looked at Qin Yang deeply, and said, the will of the domain master will never be destroyed, and I will come to you again. Qin Yang smiled lightly and said, okay, I'll wait for you. Season finale. Author's note, thanks to every reader, the author hereby thanks